Chapter 307. The face of the fire god became ugly as he watched all those gods looking at him, as he could guess what they were about to say. "Absolutely not," he said with a firm voice. "Fire god, this is not the time," said the death god. "The best course of action is to send a lot of people in your territory to search for these outsiders. The sooner we find them, the better." "I don't care," responded the fire god. "Think about the greater picture," said one of the supreme gods. "Yes, this is not the time to be selfish." "Selfish?" said the fire god with a sneer on his face. "How many of you will truly be looking for the outsiders instead of using this opportunity to spread your faith in my territory?" The room immediately became quiet for a few seconds before one of them pointed to the fire god and said, "Our world is at stake, and all you can think about is yourself." In response, the fire god glanced at him for a moment, then said, "The wisdom god just said that these people are from a more advanced world than us that has mastered the power of space. So, it is very possible that they have already left the fire realm and could be anywhere in the 36 realms. How about all of you open the borders to your territories and let other gods send in their subordinates and search for the outsiders? That way, we can cover more ground and increase the chances of finding them." The room once again became silent as no one said anything, even the death god. After seeing this, the fire god sneered. These people were happy to enter his territory to search, but it's their turn. They all became quiet. As the destiny goddess watched all of this happen, she mentally sighed. She understood one of the reasons that this world will fall. Unfortunately, there was little she could do about it. For the next few hours, the supreme gods argued about their next course of action. In the end, under the persuasion of the destiny goddess and the life goddess, the fire god decided to allow each of the supreme gods to send 3 gods into his territory. However, these gods can only be true gods and below, and if they show the slightest intonation to start spreading faith or forcefully capturing people, he would kill them immediately. The other gods agreed to his proposition. According to their previous agreement, in each realm ruled by a supreme god, there was a fixed amount of faith that the other supreme gods could gather. If someone broke that limit, he would be dealt with by the others. Once a decision was reached, all the supreme gods returned to their realm. Destiny realm, wisdom, heavenly abode. The wisdom god returned to his temple. As soon as he was alone, he smiled brightly, instantly removing the solemn and calm look on his face. Although he could not influence the decisions of his superiors, he still received a lot of benefits. The destiny goddess promised to increase the population under him so that he could gather enough incense to reach the peak of the divine incense realm. He then quickly calmed himself down. During the meeting, since he was under a lot of pressure, he felt that he might have missed some information. So, he quickly reviewed everything again. However, he didn't get any new relevant information. "Did I really miss something?" muttered the wisdom god. Then he smiled and said, "Although I'm not good at fighting when it comes to using my mind, no one is on par with me. So, I doubt I will miss something." After that, he no longer paid attention to this matter as he waited for his reward. He could tell that great changes were about to take place in this world because of the outsiders. To be precise, great chaos was about to take place. If he plays his cards right, he might receive a lot of benefits. In another heavenly abode, the destiny goddess opened her eyes. She looked dazed for a moment before sighing deeply. One of the reasons that she wanted to hold the conference was mainly to propose to the other gods to allow the birth of other supreme gods to increase the strength of this world. With more supreme gods, their chances of surviving this calamity would drastically increase. Unfortunately, the others could not even agree on a basic set of actions for searching the whereabouts of the outsiders, let alone making such a major decision. The destiny goddess knew that all of them would immediately reject her proposition if she brought it up. After reining in her thoughts, she stood up from her throne and left her temple. Unlike most gods who had golden temples decorated with lavish embellishments, her temple was plain white with little to nothing beside one statue of her. And just like the statue, she was dressed in a plain white robe. An ethereal and mysterious mist seemed to cover her face. After leaving her abode, she directly teleported to another one. And this one was also unique. It was a library attended by an old man that looked like he was about to die. Age spots could be seen all over his face along with countless wrinkles. Despite this, his eyes were not murky. Instead, they were quite bright. "Your Highness, to what do I owe this pleasure?" said the old man. As the Destiny Goddess looked at the old man, she was momentarily dazed. "Record God, how old are you now?" "Your Highness, I'm 18, 324, 657 years old." 18 million? You're rapidly approaching the title God limit of 20 million. It's all right. After all, death is an inevitable thing for all living beings. And even the supreme gods will one day return to the embrace of Mother God. "That's true," muttered the Destiny Goddess softly. She cannot remember how many God of records she has seen and buried in her lifetime. And one day, one of them might bury her. She sighed out loud to remove these distracting thoughts from her mind. "I need you to show me all the knowledge you have recorded about heaven will worlds." The record god nodded his head as he led her to the information she wanted. Void god Lu returned to his heavenly abode after being rescued by the fire god. Once inside his temple, another person approached. Based on that person's aura, he was a true god. "Your Majesty, what reward did the fire god give you?" said the true god. "Did he give you permission to become a title god?" After hearing the question, Void god Liu's eyes became blood red. He instantly appeared in front of the true god, gripped his head, and pinched it. Golden blood, bones, and brain fluid drenched his body and decorated the halls of the temple. After, he ignored the filth around him as he sat on his temple. "I was so close to becoming a title god, but now everything is ruined. Outsider, you better not let me catch you." He then closed his eyes to absorb reputation and cultivate. However, what Void God Lu did not notice was a strange black energy that came from his blood and was rapidly spreading through his body. After using the void-breaking talisman, the shadow was teleported to a secret base that he made that was surrounded by formation to prevent spying. Once there, the shadow did not immediately return to meet his commander. Instead, he spent a few days cultivating the part of the Transcending Fate Sutra that involved anti-divination. He had to make sure that these supreme gods could not track his whereabouts anymore. After that, he took out a vat of golden blood. He immediately began to chant a weird formula. As a result, black energy came from his body and entered the blood. A few minutes later, he stopped and nodded in satisfaction. "With this blood possession curse, it should be a lot easier for me to gather information." The shadow then sneered as he placed the blood away. He expected some sort of resistance when placing the curse. However, nothing happened. As such, he was quite disdainful of how lax or carefree the mentality of these gods is. It's like they have no sense of crisis. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that everything made sense. These gods have been at the top of the food chain for so long since nothing could threaten them. So they have lost their natural cautiousness, their fear of the unknown, and their awe of heaven and earth. In some way, they are quite pitiful. Although the crystal wall has protected them from harm for who knows how long, it has also restricted the development of their civilization. Of course, the shadow did not pity these gods. To him, the weaker they are, the better. After all, he came to this world to conquer it. The weaker the god civilization is, the easier the task will be to accomplish. Chapter 308. The supreme gods of this world can use the power of law, asked Li Jun with a hint of astonishment as he looked at the shadow in front of him. So, I was right to be cautious. The information brought back from the shadow did bring the group a bit of surprise. With the strange cultivation system and the powerful crystal wall, this world must have a big secret. And most likely this secret involves a great emperor, commented Wang Ju. The others nodded their heads. They were truly surprised by the fact that the god cultivation system allowed cultivators in a middle thousand world to control the power of law. More importantly, the lifespan granted by this system is truly exaggerated. According to the information that they received, a true god can live up to 5 million years. That kind of lifespan is only possible for Supreme Realm true monarchs back on their world. So what do we do now? asked Yen Liling. We can distribute the cultivation methods to all the realms to reveal the hypocrisy of these gods and weaken them, said Tai Gang. Yin Liling and Wang Just eyes lit up after hearing this, as this was a good method. By doing this, they can directly attack the source of the power of these gods, their believers. With more people competing to become gods, the more intense the competition and the fewer believers to divide between them. This would instead lead to infighting between them and reducing their power. Unfortunately, Li Jun shook his head in disagreement. If we only wanted to conquer this world, this would not be a problem. However, do not forget that we also need to gather faith for Big Brother's plan to work. So, if we follow such a plan, this would lead to chaos, and chaos will lead to the death of countless ordinary people who are potential believers. The best option is to conquer this world with as few mortal casualties as possible. In that case, do you have a plan? Asked Yen Liling. Li Jun did not immediately answer. He waved his hand to show an image or a map in front of everyone. The image had 36 circles with different names written in the middle. They represented the 36 realms of this world. The 36 realms are essentially 36 worlds connected together. So, my plan is... Everyone seriously pondered the feasibility of his plan. This could work, said Tai Gang. However, could the formation master we brought accomplish such a major task? Let's ask him, replied Li Jun. He opened his space ring and brought a young man from them. He was a disciple in the primordial spirit realm and a formation master. More importantly, he cultivated the formation rune body. After explaining his plan to him, the disciple pondered for a moment and said, Young Master Li Jun, your plan is possible. However, the resources needed for such a large project will be quite large. You do not need to worry about that. Just tell me what you need. If it is not enough, we can still contact the sect and get it. We have plenty of time. After the disciple gave Li Jun a list of things he needed, the group finally began to move around in this world. Of course, they still remained invisible and did not show up in front of the gods. Additionally, they did not stop gathering information. Origin Pil Dao Sect. Wang Wei, who was disguised as Lu Qing, opened his eyes. After that, he left his cave and headed to an open field in the sect. In front of the field was a large house with an old man sleeping on a chair. Once Wang Wei was close to him, the old man opened his eyes and looked at him. Fifth young master, what can I do for you? Old Meng, I came here to cross my heavenly tribulation. Oh, is the young master going to break through the supernatural realm? It's about time, said the old man. He stood up from his seat and entered inside the house. And a few minutes later, he returned with a ring in his hand and gave it to Wang Wei. After thanking the old man, he headed to the middle of the field and sat cross-legged to adjust his condition. 2 hours later, clouds gathered on top of the field, and Wang Wei raised his head with a look of worry. Although he was confident in his method to even fool any true monarchs, he did not know whether he could fool Heavenly Tao. If his method fails, then this tribulation will be very powerful and risk revealing his identity. Luckily for him, the worst-case scenario did not occur. After clouds gathered for 12 meters, they stopped. And after seeing this, his mouth could not help twitch. He remembered when he underwent his tribulation. Clouds covered the entire sect and beyond. Additionally, he was even treated as a devil cultivator and suffered from cleansing, purifying flame and heavenly destruction flame. After complaining a little to himself, he prepared to overcome the tribulation. A fireball came from the sky and headed straight to Wang Wei. So, without hesitation, he mobilized his origin chi to create a semi-transparent barrier around him. Once the fireball hit him, Wang Wei was forced to take a few steps back. His internal energy became chaotic, and he almost spitted out a mouthful of blood. As for his shield, it was instantly destroyed. How weak is this guy? Thought Wang Wei to himself. Right now, he was only using Lu Qing's power instead of his own. And yet, even such a small attack almost killed him. Although he knew that most alchemists were weak, especially in the early stages of cultivation, but this Lu Qing was on another level. This guy never practiced any attacking spells or tried to increase his strength. Worse, the amount of time he was in a fight could be counted in one hand. After sighing to himself, Wang Wei took action. An armor appeared on his body along with a cauldron. He controlled the cauldron to fly in the air and intercepted the fire that kept coming from the sky. Every time a fireball descended from the clouds, he would use the cauldron to contain and absorb the flame. The process lasted for an hour. Wang Wei thought that he would easily pass the tribulation like this. However, on the last attack, the fireball increased in size by at least 5 times in diameter. Additionally, it completely ignored the cauldron and headed straight for him. Not just that, even the armor did little. It only blocked the fireball for a brief moment before attacking his real body. Knowing the danger of the situation, Wang Wei quickly activated all the defensive artifacts and talismans in his space ring. This act brought him a few minutes to decrease the power of the flame by a few %. Nevertheless, his body was still hit by the flame, and he was sent flying away. Intense pain assaulted all parts of his body, including his soul. Of course, to him, this kind of pain was nothing. However, since he was playing Liu Cheng, he had to release a few grunts for the people who were secretly watching. After the flame burned his body, he finally succeeded in his tribulation. The ancient lamp appeared on top of his divine altar along with his good fortune flame. During the process, Wang Wei could tell that based on this guy's foundation, he would probably only create a 9-9 colored flame. For a direct disciple of the sect master of an emperor lineage, this was quite mediocre. Fortunately, with the aura of the innate material that Wang Wei transferred to him, he could turn on the 10th color. Unfortunately, he was not satisfied. So, he secretly added some power from his real body to make the 11th color. After all, the more talented he was, the more chances that he would have in achieving his goals. In the future, he will have to slowly build this Liu Cheng's reputation as a genius through many methods. After overcoming the tribulation, Wang Wei was injured, so he hurriedly left the passing tribulation field and returned to his cave. Inside, he took 2 things, 1 pill and an orb. These things were given to Liu Cheng by his master for his heavenly tribulation. He quickly ate the pill to heal his injuries. A mild medicinal power traveled throughout his body to heal him. While running his cultivation technique to accelerate the absorption of the pill, he quickly also absorbed the power inside the orb. The orb contained a small amount of qi luck that was refined so that it could be absorbed by people. And after doing so, Wang Wei could feel that an innate talent was slowly brewing inside his body. Although he knew that with such little amount of qi luck, the talent will not be much. He hoped that it would not be a normal level talent, but a growth one, so that he can have room to maneuver in the future. Chapter 309. Wang Wei closed his eyes to witness his innate talent brewing. Countless runes that he could not understand appeared inside his divine sea. An hour later, they stopped and formed a complete picture. Then, information about the talent was sent inside his mind. Phew, luckily, this talent is a growth one. With my ability, I should be able to slowly cultivate it to a high level. Immediately after healing his injuries, he decided to test out his talent. So, he went to his alchemy room to concoct a pill. However, as soon as he got there, he received an invitation from a communication talisman. After activating it, he bowed slightly. Disciple has seen the master. Little fifth, how is your injury? Thanks to the pill granted by the master, my injuries are completely healed. That's good. I've seen your tribulation. Having accomplished an 11-color flame is not bad. Disciple is ashamed. If not for the recent fortunate encounter, I probably would not have such a result. Is this guy already starting to doubt me? This should not be, thought Wang Wei to himself as he made his face look like he was sorry for disappointing his master. There is no need to be ashamed. After all, you're not a heaven chosen that will compete for the heaven will. With an 11-color flame, you can still break through the supreme realm and enjoy 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Disciple will do his best not to disappoint the master. Yilao nodded, said a few comforting words before disconnecting the communication. After that, he pondered for a few moments. Then his eyes suddenly turned golden red. He looked in the direction that Wang Wei's cave was. and he was slightly surprised by what he saw. He saw an orange dragon with a quarter of its body already turned yellow. Additionally, upon further focusing, he could see that a small part of the dragon's tail was turning golden. Another thing that he noticed was that the dragon, who was usually curled up, was now fully displaying its body as it circled the cave. It seems that little fifth's chi luck has started to awaken. Yi Lao was not surprised by this discovery, as it was quite a common phenomenon. Some people are not born as geniuses or heaven-chosens with powerful chi luck. Instead, they have to wait after a certain time or even in their life before their chi luck awakens, and they can slowly increase their fortune. Of course, unlike innate heaven-chosens, these people have to fight and suffer more for their destiny and fortune. After noticing the change in Lu Cheng's chi luck, Yi Lao waved his hand, and an invisible white light rushed from his cave and hit Wang Wei's chi luck. Immediately after that, it turned into its original orange color. After doing that, he continued to refine his pill. Meanwhile, back in his cave, he discovered that someone was spying on his luck, but he pretended not to know anything. After the white light hit his chi luck dragon, he was momentarily surprised, then smiled. This Yi Lao is not a bad master. He even hid his disciples' chi luck to protect him from others. He then went back to his business as he was prepared to refine pills. The previous owner of this body was a low-level Tier 2 alchemist, meaning that the highest level of pills he could refine were low-grade earth pills, which are used by supernatural realm cultivators. And from his memories, Wang Wei knew that the success rate of the refinement was quite low, especially since Lu Cheng did not have divine sense to help during the process. Honestly, this guy was very lucky to pass the assessment to become a Tier 2 alchemist. He was lucky to succeed in his 4th attempt out of 5. Wang Wei had to shake his head when he saw that memory. He wondered how could the Alchemy Association be so lax to just give this guy such a rank after refining one pill. Of course, he also guessed that the Alchemy Association was not lax, but took into account Lu Cheng's master and bent the rules and gave him the rank. After taking out his cauldron and the herbs needed for the refinement, Wang Wei began. He did not immediately refine an earth-grade pill, but started with the lowest profound grade pill. Before infiltrating this sect, he also minored in Pill Dao and had some attainment on alchemy. Unfortunately, even since Yin Liling joined the team, he has been a little negligent in his alchemy training. As such, he decided to start over and review the things he previously learned. A 500 years ginseng, root of a blood lotus, red dates, and fresh blood drained from a tiger demon heart. As Wang Wei looked at these ingredients, he prepared to place them inside the cauldron to begin the process of refinement. Immediately, his talent activated. He cut off a few centimeters of the blood lotus root. The cut was extremely precise. Then he also shaved off a few pieces from the red dates. As for the demonic blood, he measured the quantity down to the milliliters. So, that's why this ability is called precision. With it, I can use the perfect quantity and ratio when using any herbs. One thing that Wang Wei has always complained about alchemy in this world was the issue of ratio. There was no standard for the entire world, so most pill formulas were solely based on the alchemist who created them. Some alchemists created their own system of measurements, while others used vague descriptions like a pinch or a handful on their formula. Some of them even straight out asked people to feel the ratio that they felt was appropriate. As a result of this, alchemy relies greatly on talent, trial and error, and resources. So, when he was young, he created a system of measurement for all the alchemists in the sect to use. His goal in doing so was to lower the talent entry for alchemy, thus cultivating more lower-level alchemists for the sect. Unfortunately, back then, many of the alchemists in the alchemy hall disagreed with his approach. These pedantic old men who had their nose up their arse did not care for his status, as they believed he was committing blasphemy against such a sacred profession. Fortunately, his father saw the advantage of this system and quickly implemented it. A few hundred years later, this pedantic old man saw the benefit of this system and did not dare say anything anymore. Well, at least in public they won't. After placing the herbs inside the cauldron, a red flame appeared in his hand, and he began to melt the herbs. His control of flame has to be exact, otherwise the herbs will be destroyed. With his divine sense, he could see everything happening inside the cauldron, and it became easier to control the flame. Once the herbs were melted, he began the process of removing impurities. Heaven and earth were both fair and balanced. As such, nothing was truly perfect. Everything and everyone has impurities inside their bodies, and that also goes for medicinal herbs. Even the ones that have been baptized by spiritual qi for millions of years. Wang Wei controlled the flame to burn the impurities inside all these herbs. With how powerful his soul is, he quickly reached the limit of the number of impurities that he could burn off. Then he proceeded to the next step. The herbs were then mixed up together. What Wang Wei was refining was the blood qi pill that could increase the blood qi of cultivators in the body refining realm and increase their cultivation. Of all the herbs he used, all of them served as a way to increase qi in blood, except for the red dates. This herb was used to blend all the other medicinal energy into one. Once the process ended, 9 red pills appeared inside the cauldron. Then, Wang Wei proceeded to the final step, divine runes. Using his spiritual strength, he inscribed 3 runes on the first pill. 1 rune was used to excite the blood energy in the pill, making it more active and increasing its potential. 1 rune was used to contain the energy and slowly release it instead of doing so altogether at once. As for the final rune, it was used to help with the absorption process. Each person's body is different, so they can only absorb a certain amount of medicinal energy. However, the final runes would increase the absorption rate by at least 30% for ordinary people with an ordinary talent. After refining the first pill, he continued for the others. However, he did not use the same set of runes. On the second pill, he used 2 of the runes that excite the blood energy and 1 that contains it. That way, the amount of energy in that pill drastically increases. At the same time, it became even more difficult to absorb. On the third pill, he did not use runes to contain the energy or help with absorption. For the 3 runes, he only used the 1 that increased energy and potential. By doing so, Wang Wei changed the pill from being a blood qi pill to a berserk pill. After swallowing it, a person will not increase their cultivation. Instead, their strength will increase drastically for a short time. Of course, at the cost of damage to their bodies. Chapter 3:10. Being able to control different runes to have different effects on a pill requires a very high talent and understanding of runes. As for Wang Wei, he has been studying divine runes ever since he was 5 years old because he wanted to create a physique for himself. A few hours later, he opened the lid of the cauldron to look at the 9 floating pills. He used his divine sense to check the aura of the pill. Then he frowned. 2 perfect quality pills, 5 superior and 1 average. It seems that I have indeed slacked off. Alchemy pills were not only divided based on tiers, but also quality. Every pill's quality is divided into inferior, average, superior, and perfect. The quality is based on how much the herbs were purified, the heat control, the ratio of the herbs used, and whether the divine runes were perfectly inscribed. After seeing the result, Wang Wei closed his eyes and reviewed the entire process of his previous refinement. With his perfect memory, he recreated the entire process in his mind without missing anything. I see. The fire was not controlled properly and burned a few medicinal energies. There is nothing wrong with the purification process. However, the runes were not as smooth as they should be when being engraved. After finding the problem, he tried again. He placed the same material inside the cauldron and began refining. The purification process went well, and he paid great attention to his control of the flame. Finally, when it was time to engrave the runes, Wang Wei's concentration reached its peak as he used his spiritual power or spirit to make the complicated patterns of the runes. The hard part about this process was the fact each rune was complicated and small, which meant that they required great concentration and precision. On top of that, the runes have to be made in one go without stopping, and they have to be connected. The blood qi pill is a low-level profound pill, that only requires 3 runes. However, the higher-tier pills require hundreds, if not thousands of runes. After engraving the last runes, the pill was finally refined. After checking it, Wang Wei discovered that 6 of them were of perfect quality, while the remaining 3 were only superior. Not satisfied, he did the 3rd attempt. This time, he finally achieved the level of all 9 perfect quality pills. What's more, all his attempts after that resulted in perfect quality pills. So, he tried other low-level, profound pills like body-enhancing pills, vitality-regulating pill, muscle-strengthening pill, etc. In all his attempts, the quality of his pills was perfect, so he concluded that he was now used to low-level, profound pills. However, he did not immediately refine middle-level profound pills, but did a little experiment that he had planned for many years but never got to. He placed the herbs for the blood chi pill inside the cauldron again to begin the refinement. However, he did not use ordinary flame spells. He used his cleansing, purifying flame instead. The result surprised him a little. He previously thought that he had completely purified the materials, but he was proven wrong once he used the heavenly flame. The purified materials increased the qualities of all the pills by 1 level. What that meant was that even if Wang Wei's flame control and runes engraving could only allow him to make a superior quality pill, the purification level of the herbs immediately raised the pill to perfection. The same goes for any average or inferior quality pills. As for a perfect quality pill, the effect of the pill would increase between 20 to 50%. Wang Wei was surprised by this discovery and did a few more tests. The conclusion was that with the cleansing, purifying flame, the lowest quality of pills that he could refine was average. It was impossible to create an inferior. It's either the pill concocting failed or he made an average quality pill. After making this discovery, Wang Wei immediately tried his 2nd heavenly flame, the heavenly destruction flame. Unfortunately, using the black flame for alchemy proved disastrous for him. This flame's sole purpose was destruction, so it burned off all the herbs as soon as it came into contact with it. It was only on the 7th trial that he managed to make an inferior quality pill, and it barely reached that standard as it was close to being labeled a poisonous pill. Nevertheless, Wang Wei was satisfied with this discovery. He decided to continue using this flame for alchemy as a way to train his flame control. When he can make a perfect quality pill using the heavenly destruction flame, his alchemy will reach another level. Finally, Wang Wei had one last test to make, his chaos flame that was located inside his heart. A transparent flame that seemed both static and constantly changing color appeared in his hand. Then he refined the herbs with it. To his surprise, he discovered that the chaos flame was not only as good if not better than the cleansing purifying flame, it could also nourish the herbs and improve their quality. For example, the 500 years old ginseng turned into a 1,000 years old one. The root of the blood lotus became bright red instead of the dim red color. The red dates turned purple, and the blood of the demonic beast had a tinge of gold. Wang Wei looked at the 9 pills inside his cauldron that excited a mysterious and profound breath. He took one and swallowed it to feel the effect. And, to his astonishment, the perfect pill was at least 5 times more powerful than a regular one. This low-level profound pill could be classified as a middle-level profound pill. He immediately did some tests and realized that no matter how bad the rune engraving process was, the pill will turn into perfect quality ones. And if the process is done correctly, the strength of the pill will increase between 5 to 10 times. No wonder the Flame Emperor was considered one of the greatest alchemists that ever existed, muttered Kong Wei. There were even rumors that he might have surpassed the Danyuan Emperor when it came to Pill Dao. It's a shame such a powerful emperor did not create his own lineage. However, he may have left his inheritance somewhere in the myriad emperor world. After reigning in his thoughts, Wang Wei finally began to refine middle-level profound pills. He chose a simple pill called Origin Chi Pill, which is the upgraded version of Blood Chi Pill used by Divine Sea Realm cultivators. Just like the name implies, it can increase the origin chi inside a cultivator's body and help them in their cultivation. With the right state of mind, he was able to perfectly control the heat and properly purify the material needed. When it came to rune engraving, he had to be more careful since the pill required 9 runes instead of 3. Many of these runes involve how to stabilize the divine sea once the medicinal energy rushed inside, and also to help with the absorption process. After refining the pills, 2 of them were of superior quality while the rest were perfect. So, he refined a few more cauldrons until he could only refine perfect quality. Then, he refined other middle-level profound pills like Divine Sea Expansion Pill, which increase the size of the Divine Sea and allow cultivators to hold more Origin Chi. Origin Chi Controlling Pill can help cultivators increase their control over their Origin Chi. Purifying Chi Pill, which can purify Origin Chi and increase the quality. Just like that, 3 months passed, and Wang Wei never left his cave. He spent all his time on alchemy. In front of him was still a cauldron with 9 pills inside, and he was in the process of engraving runes on the pill. After engraving the 81st rune, the process was completed. So, he opened the lid of the cauldron and looked at the result with satisfaction. I've finally mastered making low-level earth pills and caught up with Lu Cheng's skill. Wang Wei himself could only be considered a middle tier 2 alchemist, as the highest level of pill he ever refined himself was a middle-level earth pills which are used by divine body realm cultivators. After all, he could ask for any pill he wanted, and once he and Liling joined the team, he became a little lazy. However, he was now going to take advantage of his current predicament to fully develop his alchemic talent. Alright, let's refine the middle-level earth pill. Unfortunately, he could not find any of the herbs necessary inside Lu Cheng's space ring. So, he took out a talisman to ask for herbs. However, he suddenly paused midway. He realized that he was not in the Tao opening sect and could just ask for what he needed and someone would bring it to him. According to Lu Cheng's memory, even as the disciple of the sect master, if he wanted herbs and materials, he needed to use sect points. After realizing this, Wang Wei wondered if he should just use the material inside his space ring. In the end, he decided otherwise and finally left his cave. Chapter 3:11. After leaving his cave, Wang Wei followed his memory to fly towards the exchange pavilion. He soon arrived in front of a wooden house that looked like 3 houses stacked on top of each other. In the middle house, a plaque with the character Exchange Pavilion written in black. After entering inside, the first thing he noticed was that the inside was way bigger than the outside. He guessed that a space expansion formation was placed inside. Many disciples were walking everywhere inside, and no one paid attention to him. Based on body movement and facial expression, he could tell that some people recognized him, but they just ignored him. With a calm look on his face, he went to one of the many booths. He took out his token, and once the people in line saw it, they gave way for him, so he came to the front of the line. "What can I do for you, 5th young master?" asked the female disciple that was in charge of this particular booth. "I'm here to hand over some pills in exchange for sect points," responded Wang Wei blandly before taking a space ring and handing it over to the girl. She then used her divine sense to take the things out, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. She found a lot of superior quality profound pills. What's more, a few of them were of perfect quality. On top of that, there were more than 20 low-level earth-grade pill, and most of them were normal qualities with 3 of them being perfect quality. As an alchemist herself, she knew how difficult it is to refine perfect quality pills, no matter the grade. On top of that, all of these pills came from Lu Cheng, the person with the least amount of talent amongst the disciples of the sect master. This girl had dealt with him before, and the quality of the pill he previously exchanged was nothing compared to now. Even the quantity was not as large. Despite all the thoughts that went across the girl's mind, her facial exchange still remained with the inviting smile. According to sect rules, your total of points for all these pills is 9,875. Wang Wei nodded calmly. Based on the information he knew, this result was more than fair. So, he handed his identity token to her, and after she placed it on a formation behind the counter, the number of registered points on the token increased. After thanking the girl, he headed to another booth that was opposite the previous one he was in. As the girl in the booth watched him leave, she was thinking to herself, the pills that Lu Cheng handed over still have some residual heat inside them, meaning that he probably refined them himself. Previously, his talent was mediocre, but now he seems to have encountered some kind of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it could not explain how his alchemy has increased so much in such a short time. Should I tell the elder about this? Or am I being too sensitive? Just in case, let's inform him. However, as soon as this idea came into her mind, an invisible and undetectable spiritual power entered her mind. Immediately afterward, she thought to herself, in being too cautious. Maybe he was just lucky this time around and had more success than usual. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not use his token to get in the front of the line this time, since it was not that long. While waiting, he thought to himself, I wonder how deep Fu Kaiyan's control over this sect is. Just now, he quickly read the fate line of the girl in the booth and learned that she was secretly one of the people that supported Fu Kaiyan in the sect. After making this discovery, Wang Wei did a quick read on many other people, and more than 2/3 of the people behind the booths were his people. That meant that Fu Kaiyan had full control over people of power in the Origin Dao Pill sect. I feel bad for my cheap master. His sect is not under his control. Wang Wei was pondering whether he should get rid of Fu Kaiyan so that his plan could go more smoothly. According to his original plan, he wanted to impersonate one of Fu Kaiyan's disciples since he had the most power in the sect. However, after his research, he learned that most of Fu Kaiyan's disciples will either die or become mediocre. They usually showed excellent talent in the early years, but later they became mediocre. As for the truly extraordinary one that had hope of inheriting his ability and skill, they all died under strange and mysterious circumstances. In the world, there has never been a lock that is kept locked forever. So, rumors of the fact that Fu Kaiyan secretly killed his disciples have long spread to the world, leading to his terrible reputation. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. While Wang Wei was thinking about his next step of action, it was already his time. He looked at the disciple in front of him, and he knew that he was also one of Fu Kaiyan's people. I need the material on this list, said Wang Wei. Purple cordyceps, fire elemental petals, heart of tier 4 demonic beast, preferably one of the fire elements, 10,000 years old eukamia bark, and a blood concentrating flower, muttered the young man with a frown. What he just read was just a small part of the list. These are all herbs to make middle-level earth pills. Are you sure you want to exchange them? Is there a problem? Asked Wang Wei back. No, there is no problem, hurriedly said the man. All of these herbs will cost a total of 8,343 points. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Currently, he only has a little more than 10,000 points. But now, he was about to use more than 80% of it. It seems that I have to find a way to make more points. If I continue to exchange high-quality pills more often, it will be easy to be discovered. After handing the disciple his token to pay, he quickly used a spiritual hint on him and the people around him to not pay great attention to him and his action. Even the elder, secretly protecting this place, was not spared. Luckily for Wang Wei, that old man was only in the Saint realm, so he was not discovered. After doing this, he returned to his cave. However, he did not immediately start refining pills. Instead, he focused on the cultivation technique that Lu Cheng's had cultivated. Despite being a disciple of the sect master, he did not cultivate any emperor scriptures of the sect. Instead, he cultivated a technique that he accidentally discovered in a cave back when he was still immortal. The technique was called flame controlling art, and as the simple name implied, it taught cultivators how to control flame for alchemy. This technique was divided into 12 layers. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng only had 6 layers, and, as such, could only cultivate to the primordial spirit realm. Knowing that this technique had no future, he told his master about it, so that he can change to a better one. However, Yilao told him that this technique was strange, and only by cultivating to the 6th level could he change to another one. Wang Wei always felt that this technique was special. To be precise, it seemed as if it was incomplete, and he was not referring to the fact that it only had half the layers. To him, it was like someone took a more powerful technique and simplified it to make it easier for other people to learn. Another thing that made him suspicious was the conversation that Lu Chang had with Yi Lao when he first showed him the technique. The sect master was too nonchalant. A cultivation technique that could teach people how to properly control flame should be very valuable to an alchemy sect. Yet, Yi Lao did not show any interest after Lu Chang showed it to him. He even swore an oath not to tell anyone else that he was cultivating it. After knowing that something was wrong, Wang Wei wanted to find the answer. So he used his power of fate to deduce the cause and effect of this cultivation technique. He wanted to find its origins. Unfortunately, his deduction did not produce any result. So he changed his calculation and wanted to know if this technique was related to the origin Dao Pill sect. He still could not get an answer. So he deduced if the technique had any relationship with sect master Yi Lao. He finally got an answer, and a positive one at that. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after this as many thoughts rushed through his mind. He had many theories. However, there was too little information as of now. For the next week, he stayed in his cave, then left for the sect's library. He wanted to check if there was any technique that could help people increase their flame control. And the answer was negative. Without pause, he headed to another person's cave. He wanted to check one last thing about this technique before making any theories or deductions. Chapter 312. After arriving at his designated cave, Wang Wei saw that the entrance had a formation, so he just stood in front and waited. He knew that the owner would be aware of his arrival. A few minutes later, the formation was activated and someone came out. Wang Wei knew that person was a servant, so he just nodded his head to him and followed the ladder. Soon, he was led into one of the rooms inside the cave. As soon as he entered, Wang Wei felt that heaven and earth changed. It was like he was in a different place where the laws were completely different. The feeling was similar to when he first arrived at the academy. A small world? Thought Wang Wei as he continued to follow the female maid. Although this was not the first time that Lu Chang came here, he did not notice the difference between this small world and outside. After a few minutes of walking, he saw a vast field of land where countless medicinal herbs were planted. Some people were taking care of these plants. He even saw a few mortals taking care of some of the plants. With a little surprise, he looked at the plants that they were in charge of. With just a look, he realized why their presence was necessary. These mortals were taking care of a rare herb called the untouchable flower that could not be touched by cultivators. As long as the lowest body refining realm cultivator touched them, the energy inside their bodies would be immediately absorbed, and the flower would instantly change properties. It would change from yin and water nature to yang and fire nature. Based on the nature of the herb, different pills can be made, and as the yin nature can make more valuable pills, alchemists usually use formation or mortals to cultivate this herb for them. Sometimes a combination of the two. Wang Wei had to follow a specific path to not interact with the herbs. Of course, he knew that it was no use to approach, as he could feel all the formations protecting the different patches of fields. After walking for almost half an hour, he soon reached a small pavilion with a beautiful woman dressed in a green robe. She sat cross-legged on a futon with a small table with 2 cups and a pot on the side. As soon as Wang Wei approached the girl, the faint scent of medicinal herbs drifted to his nose. However, the scent was not repugnant or bitter. It was more soothing, refreshing, and calming. It seems to display her temperament perfectly. Wang Wei cupped his hand. "Third senior sister. Little fifth, how have you been?" responded Lan Ling with a smile as she motioned for him to sit down. Her movement was slow, yet elegant at the same time. Immediately, Wang Wei felt his heart skip a beat, and he almost blushed. Fortunately, he rushed to control his botus reaction. Well, this Lu Chang had such a major crush on his senior sister that it even affected my consciousness. After sitting down, Lan Ling poured the tea for both of them. In the process, she used the perfect tea ceremony. The process was so beautiful that Wang Wei once again felt his mind and spirit peaceful and refreshed. This showed that she had cultivated her tea ceremony to the point of attaining the Tao. In return, Wang Wei also used proper etiquette. Whether it was him or Lu Cheng, they also learned about tea ceremonies. The only difference is that Wang Wei had to learn as a part of his aristocratic education, while Lu Cheng learned to have a topic to discuss with his senior sister. As Lan Ling watched Wang Wei drink the tea, she was slightly surprised. The reason for that was that his movements were perfect and had no flaws. In the past, her little junior brother did try to look more sophisticated and noble when drinking tea with her. However, she could see at a glance that he was trying too hard. But now, his movements were natural, more fluent. It was as if he trained since he was young. Although his movement did not have the charm of people who studied the tea ceremony deeply, there was nothing to complain about. I have recently entered the supernatural realm and had some understanding about alchemy. As such, I would like to ask senior sister to give me some pointers. Lan Ling smiled gently and nodded to his request. She was aware of her little junior brother's fondness for her. However, her approach to the situation is to let nature take its course. Although she did not feel the same way, she was not repulsive to him as well. Plus, their master did not forbid fellow disciples from getting together. Wang Wei began to ask Lan Ling questions about refining low-level earth pills. His questions started simply before going more in-depth. However, despite this, his focus was not on the conversation. He was secretly observing her. The first thing he noticed was her cultivation level, void-shattering realm. And he could see that she was quite young for her realm. After realizing this, he also understood where the small world where the garden is located came from. Most likely, she made herself. With her cultivation level, it should not be a problem to create it with the necessary resources. After that, Wang Wei checked her fate line, and he was shocked. To be exact, he was shocked for two reasons. One, he saw a red string from her attached to his body. This can only mean that she has a fated marriage with Lu Cheng. If nothing unexpected occurs, these two will eventually get together. After seeing this, Wang Wei's first instinct was to cut the line. After all, he did not want any emotional entanglements. However, he quickly changed his mind. Lu Cheng was not dead, and once he finished with his mission, he could return his life to him. And the many benefits that Wang Wei will acquire during that time will serve as a way to repay karma to him. After making a decision, he focused on the second thing that secretly shocked him. He saw a lock on Lan Ling's fate line, preventing his reading. Intrigued, he immediately studied the lock more closely. Then he understood what was happening. Most likely, many people were aware of his technique after he used it in the secret realm of Tao tablets back in the Emperor Enlightening Academy. So, they created artifacts and cultivation techniques to block his method. After all, no one would like to have their fate read and reveal all their secrets. After seeing the lock, Wang Wei knew that he could use force to break and still read her fate. However, he could not do it sneakily and will alert her without a doubt. He even guessed that this was one of the reasons people came up with this method. If they know this technique is being used, they can use other methods to try to stop it. It seems that I have to use another method to accomplish my goal, thought Wang Wei, then said, Third senior sister, I've been pondering about refining a middle-level earth pill recently, but am not confident. I wonder if I could watch you refine one so that I could learn from you. Lan Ling was a little surprised by this sudden request. Usually, his little junior is very reserved when meeting with him, and maybe due to some sort of inferiority complex, he rarely discussed high-level alchemy with her, and usually used it as a request to start conversation, then change the subject. But now, he even asked to refine pills for him. Albeit surprised, she still acquiesced. She thought that his confidence had increased after entering a higher realm of cultivation. So, Lan Ling took out a cauldron from her space ring along with a few spiritual herbs. Then she concocted a fortune-enhancing pill in front of him. This pill could help divine body realm cultivators increase the strength of their good fortune flame to accelerate the pace at which they refine their bodies. For the next 3 hours, Wang Wei pretended to focus on Lang Lin's every movement. Once she was done, there were 7 pills inside the cauldron, with 5 of them being superior and 2 perfect quality. Considering that she placed enough material to make 9 pills, this was a great feat. This showed that she was quite talented, and if she did not refine the pill on the spot and prepare more, there would be more and the quality would be better. After seeing her refinement, Wang Wei thanked her and left with the excuse that he wanted to return to his cave to digest his new understanding. While walking away, Wang Wei only had one thought in his mind. I was right. She also cultivates the flame-controlling art. Chapter 3:13. After returning to his cave, Wang Wei pondered deeply about his recent discovery. Just like him, his third senior sister cultivated the flame-controlling art, and from his observation, she might even have reached the 7th level. Now, the question is, how did she have this technique? Wang Wei thought of 3 possibilities. 1. His master gave it to his third sister after Lu Chang showed it to him. 2. His master has created many inheritances of this technique scattered into the world, and he accepted people who have discovered the inheritance as disciples. Based on his previous calculation that his master had some relationship with this technique, this theory is highly likely. Third, one of the ancestors of the Origin Pill Dao sect was the one who left the inheritance, and his master is just in charge of collecting the disciple who received the inheritance. As Wang Wei pondered over these 3 theories, he quickly eliminated the first one. Based on his observation of Lan Ling, her foundation was established with the flame-controlling art, meaning that she has been cultivating it long before Lu Chang even entered the sect. As for the other 2 theories, either one could be true. Nevertheless, no matter the truth, he can conclude that this technique was not simple and held a greater secret. After concluding, he wanted to know the answer, so he began to ponder how to find the truth. Directly asking his third sister or master will not yield any result. These 2 would probably use the fact that his cultivation was low to warn him not to intervene in this kind of mystery that could get him killed. As Wang Wei tweaked his brain to find a solution, he suddenly remembered the 5 saints that intercepted him when he was returning to the sect. Lu Chang is a pretty mediocre person in the sect, so who would send 5 saints after him? For what reason? The only special thing about him is that cultivation technique. I should not have killed all of them at once, muttered Wang Wei with regret. He wished he had left at least one alive to search for information. Nevertheless, he could guess who sent them. Fu Kaiyan. Wang Wei guessed that he might also have some suspicion about Lu Cheng's cultivation method and sent his people to check it out. As long as Wang Wei investigates from there, he will eventually find something. However, he did not immediately set out, but instead started to take a deeper look at the flame-controlling art. Previously, he only took a glance at it and used the 4th level to break through the supernatural realm. A few weeks prior, after Wu Hong watched Wang Wei leave for the southern continent, she left the sect and headed for the western continent. She broke the space, and in just an instant, she crossed the central continent and arrived on the other side. Soon after, Wu Hong found herself on a mountain range. After sensing the nearest place with life, she broke the space and appeared there, floating in the air as he gazed downward. What she saw was a man dressed in a red robe, sitting cross-legged in the middle of a village. He was absorbing a bunch of red energy that came from all the dead people of the village. Based on the blood on his body, Wu Hong could tell that this man had just slaughtered this village himself, and he was using their blood to cultivate. With just a glance, she could tell that this man's talent was horrible. The highest level of cultivation he should reach is probably the body refining realm 3rd or 4th layer. Yet this man's current cultivation level was the Divine Sea realm. To be precise, he was in the peak of Origin Lake. She could guess how many people he slaughtered to reach that level. Without saying anything, she used her divine sense to search his soul. The poor guy did not have the time to react or realize what was going on. He bled from all the orifices of his body as his soul was destroyed. So, I'm currently in Tiger King domain, not far from the Children's Heart domain. Wu Hong waved her hand, and all the bodies of these villagers were buried, and a large grave was erected in the middle. Then, She broke the space again and headed for her destination. After arriving in Children's Heart Domain, Wuhong headed to a place called Blackstripe Forest. Once there, she saw many cultivators headed inside the forest to hunt demonic beasts and search for opportunities. Unfortunately, at the entrance of the forest, a group of people dressed in similar uniforms would stop anyone coming out of the forest and asking for tax. And if someone refused, they would be directly killed and their space rings taken away. Of course, the majority of people did not refuse as they were used to this already. With a glance, Wuhong, who was invisible, identified these people taking taxes. They were from the Beating Heart cult, a devil emperor lineage with one great emperor. Ignoring these people, she entered the forest. Using her divine sense, she found her destination in the southern part of the forest. Wuhong then appeared in front of a small cave. After seeing it, she immediately frowned, then quickly entered. Soon, she found herself in a small secret realm that was darkly light with a red ambience. However, as soon as she entered, there were no guards, no puppets, or formations to prevent her from moving forward. As such, Wuhong's frown increased. She headed unimpeded directly to the core of this. All she saw was a small table with nothing inside. She searched for a while, but did not find anything. Did Duhu already get the curse of hatred? According to the timeline, it should have been a little later. After not finding what she wanted, she left the secret realm and headed straight to the Devouring Heart Domain, which was the location of the Beating Heart cult. Once she arrived, no one discovered her presence. However, she could hear some of the conversations that the disciples were having. "Brother Yu, did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation?" "Only because of luck," replied Brother Yu with a smug look on his face. "If I remember correctly, your last breakthrough was only 5 years ago." "Brother Yu, there must be some secret. How about sharing it with your little brother?" "There is no big secret. I was lucky enough to get the heart of a child born on the most time of the year. After absorbing it, of course, I made a breakthrough." "Brother Yu, don't lie to us. To acquire such rare and precious material, you must have some connection. How about sharing with your little brother?" "Hee, as long as you have enough origin source, I can get you any kind of hearts you want for cultivation," replied Brother Yu with a cunning light in his eyes. Meanwhile, after filtering out the information she wanted from the talks of these disciples, Wuhong headed to the main mountain of the sect where the sect master was located. No one was able to detect her presence, not even any of the formations around. She easily broke through the sect master's mansion without alerting anyone. There she saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on a futon with his eyes closed, a heart floating in front of him. Despite not being attached to a body, it was still beating as the man absorbed energy from it. The aura of the middle-aged man and the heart were similar. They were both in the saint realm. Wuhong suddenly appeared in front of the man and placed one of her fingers in the middle of his forehead. Then she searched his soul. The process lasted for a few seconds, then she frowned again. He was not the one who took the curse of hatred, thought Wuhong. Then who was it? She immediately used her finger to calculate that person. However, she did not find anything. There are only 2 people who can stop my calculation. The first one is that old guy in the nether hell. However, he is currently sealed and has no power to intervene. Plus, it does not benefit him in any way. The second being Heavenly Tao. She paused for a moment. Could it be intervening because it's related to Wang Wei? She did not have an answer, and she did not care at the moment. What she cared about was her next action. In the previous timeline, Wang Wei suffered from that curse. For more than 10,000 years, he was in constant pain as his soul was slowly corroded and tortured. It almost drove him insane. And since he did not have his paragon soul with him, he was helpless and on his own. No matter what method the Tao opening sect used, they could not remove the curse. Wuhong's purpose was to retrieve it in advance and prevent this from happening again. However, too many things have changed in this timeline. "Well, there's no need to care that much," muttered Wuhong. Since he could survive the curse in the previous timeline and benefit from it, there should be no problem. After all, his current self is much stronger, and it's not even a comparison. After thinking about this, she left the site of the Beating Heart cult. As for Sect Master Duhu, He did not die, but passed out as his primordial spirit was injured. Chapter 314. After leaving the Beating Heart cult, Wu Hong broke the space and traveled back to the central continent. However, she did not return to the Dao opening sect, but headed to the east side of the continent. Soon, she found herself in a lifeless domain, which was located at the very corner of the continent, with the ocean that separated the continents not too far. She floated in the air as she looked at her surroundings. The clouds were red, and they were constant, static, or never changing. Not a single one moved from their places, and it seems that they have been like this for eons. The soil was gray. It was as if they were devoid of life. No plants, animals, or even living beings could be seen from hundreds of miles on. The dichotomy between the ground and the sky gave the entire place a dreary and desperate atmosphere. On top of everything else, there was not even a single ounce of spiritual energy, and the space was turbulent, making it very difficult to teleport. A baleful aura could be felt everywhere, trying to influence the mind of anyone who steps foot in this forbidden domain. Wu Hong could feel that the laws of heaven and earth in this place were chaotic, even destroyed. If any void-shattered realm or saints were to step here, they would lose the ability to use the power of law. Only supreme, true monarchs who have their own Dao fruit would not be affected. After a quick glance around, she flew toward one direction. She did not teleport this time. She flew for a few hours with nothing or no one in sight. And with her speed that is faster than light by many times, she traveled a great distance. When she was close to her destination, she finally saw someone. It was an old man dressed in tattered robes with dirt all over his body. His long hair was disheveled and had no shoes on. He seemed to be muttering something nonstop. Unfortunately, his words were nothing but rambling. They made no sense whatsoever. Wu Hong could tell that this man was a saint trying to use this place as a way to temper his Dao heart. Unfortunately, his primordial spirit was corroded by the baleful aura, and he became crazy. She looked at the crazy old man with a look of appreciation. Not anyone had the will to try such a harsh method of tempering themselves. Additionally, she could feel that this old man was still struggling to retain his sanity. Nodding her head gently, Wu Hong pointed her finger at him. Then a white light entered his sea of consciousness. Countless runes appeared and sealed a red aura that was surrounding the old man's primordial spirit. Immediately afterward, he regained consciousness. The old man looked around, but did not find anything. Nevertheless, he still cupped his hand and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for saving the life-saving opportunity. If you can report your name, this younger generation promised to repay this karma one day." The old man waited for a while, but did not hear anything. However, a slight surprise flashed across his eyes, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Senior, for passing the law." A few seconds ago, he received a cultivation technique that allowed him to absorb the baleful aura in this place to increase the strength of his primordial spirit. Once his primordial spirit increases in strength, it will be easier for him to understand the laws between heaven and earth. Additionally, his soul will be more resistant to spiritual attack and interference. And this is not even the greatest benefit that this technique will bring him. With it, his chances of breaking through the supreme realm have increased from less than 1% to 10%. For him, this was the greatest fortunate encounter of his life. The old man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, then left in the opposite direction. Although he would like to meet the senior and maybe even get to know them. This way, he might get even more benefit. However, he controlled his greed instead and was satisfied with what he got. Meanwhile, Wu Hong left after giving this man a chance. The reason she did that was that she learned the concept of being an old grandpa that likes to give fortunate encounters to worthy people from long way. You can say that it has become a hobby of hers. After leaving the old man, Wu Hong flew for a few more hours before seeing a small, old cottage. With just a glance, one could see the vicissitudes of time from the old cottage. She landed in front of the cottage and waited. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man dressed in plain black came out. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. At first, he was perplexed how someone actually discovered this place before the appropriate time. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Wu Hong, his hands trembled slightly. Empress, is that you? She nodded her head slightly. Then a complicated rune appeared in front of her. As soon as it manifested, Wu Feng felt a slight trembling from his bloodline. It really is you. What generation are you now? Asked Wu Hong. It has been so long that I forgot, replied Wu Feng. However, our family has been keeping guard since you left, never breaking our oath. Very well, commented Wu Hong. Then, she pointed her finger at the man. A white light flew from it and entered his body. During the process, the man did not hesitate nor show any fear. To him, if the Empress wanted to kill him, he would take the blade and hand it to her. Or better yet, doing it himself. A few seconds after the white light entered his body, a black sphere came out of Wu Feng before dispersing. Then, he suddenly felt refreshed, like a mountain was removed from his shoulder. His appearance changed from that of a middle-aged man to a youngster no more than 25 years old. I have sealed and removed all the hidden injuries caused by the constant baptizing of baleful aura. With your current supreme realm strength, you should be able to live a few more million years. Now lead me to it. Wu Feng bowed and led Wu Hong into the cottage. The space instantly became a little crowded, but neither of them minded. After taking out a token, Wu Feng activated it, and the ground opened up, revealing a set of stairs. The two then slowly descended with Wu Feng taking the lead. They soon passed through a long and dark corridor to find themselves in a large and empty space. In the middle was a massive red door frame or gate that was probably hundreds of thousands of miles in height. Countless formations could be seen around that gate, and all of them exuded the aura of a great emperor. As Wu Hong gazed at this gate, a slight smile appeared on her face. She could tell that these formations served as a seal, and the first one was laid by herself eons ago. She then took out a small orb and handed it to Wu Feng. If nothing unexpected occurs in this generation, the family will be freed from this mission. When the time comes, with this, you should be able to become an immortal venerable, attain immortality, and pursue your own dreams and goals. Dreams and goals, huh? Muttered Wu Feng with a wry smile. All I have ever known was my mission. Do I even have dreams and goals? Finding out about this answer is also a good option. Wu Feng nodded his head as he looked at the orb. He was hesitant about accepting it. Although his family has been guarding this place for many years, it was just a preventive measure. Nothing of significance truly happened, so they did not do much. At the same time, they received many benefits. Whoever is chosen to become a guardian will receive all the necessary resources needed to cultivate to the supreme realm. There is no need for you to doubt whether you deserve such a reward, said Wu Hong. How many people do you know could keep an oath for billions of years? After hearing this, Wu Feng was no longer polite and accepted the gift. He then bowed to Wu Hong before returning from the direction that she came. As for her, she headed straight to the gate. As soon as she approached, many of the Emperor formations activated and prepared to destroy and annihilate her. With all these formations, any ordinary great emperor would be instantly slaughtered. However, a strange wave came from Wu Hong's body, stopping the activation of these formations. Then, a white transparent door appeared in the frame, and she stepped into it. Soon after that, Wu Hong was teleported to a very dark and gloomy space. She smelled the air and muttered, "The smell of slaughter, death, sin, and depravity. 9 Devil Gods world, it's been a long time." Chapter 315. After arriving at the 9 Devil Gods world, for a moment, she had a look of nostalgia on her face. The majority of her earlier years were greatly influenced by this world and its race. And even after ascending to the Eternal Ascension world, she faced some trouble from the devil race. In the end, once she became powerful, she almost slaughtered the entire race and wiped them out of existence. If some people did not plead with her, no one could have stopped her. After reminiscing for a while, Wu Hong teleported to the nearest large city. She has been gone for a while. She wanted to know what changed over the years. As she constantly teleported to her destination, Wu Hong could see that many places had weird weather phenomena. Thunder, flames, tornadoes, sword chi, and space turbulence existed in large quantities in most places, making 80% of the world inhabitable. As for the habitable places, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thin, resources were scarce, and the population was small. As for the devils that lived in this world, they all looked weird and fierce. The majority of them had humanoid bodies, but their faces were usually different animals like lions, tigers, elephants, etc. Most of them also had fangs, claws, and tails. Another prominent point about them was the fact that they were really tall. Most devils were at least 3 meters, and this was the minimum height. As Wu Hong floated over the city and watched everyone go by, she could see the desolate looks on these devils' faces. All of them seemed bleak and full of despair. They go about their lives like they have nothing to live for, no hope, no desire for tomorrow. Ignoring these devils, Wu Hong suddenly appeared in the biggest house of this city, the City Lord Mansion. With a wave of her divine sense, she secretly searched his soul. However, a frown appeared on her face soon afterward. She received little information from him. "Well, I should not expect any from a little supernatural realm devil," muttered Wu Hong. She realized that if she were to search each city little by little, too much time might be wasted. In that case, let's not waste time. Her divine sense madly spread out from her body, and she searched everything in sight. She saw countless cities that were scattered all over, with great distances between them. As for the roads between these places, all of them were inhabitable by weak life forms. So few devils actually lived there or built any form of civilization. After searching a few million miles in radius, Wu Hong finally discovered a place worth visiting. Immediately, she teleported to a city far away. Yang Mansion, a bunch of devils sat inside a room discussing something. All of them looked exactly like humans, except with a third eye in the middle of their foreheads. Patriarch, with this 100,000 years old willow tree branch, our Three Eyes clan can have another void-shattering realm powerhouse, said one of the devils to the man sitting on the throne. "Indeed, that's good news," replied the Patriarch. "What's the good news?" suddenly ringed a voice. "Haven't I already said it? The birth of a new void." As everyone turned their gaze to the old man that walked in the room, they became stiff, and no one said anything at all. The old man shook his head as he scanned the people in the room. "Look at all of you, happy about a little grade 7 cultivator. Can't you guys have any prospects?" He then looked at the Patriarch. "And you should be ashamed, cultivating that cursed origin system." The old man seemed to become angrier. "We are the proud descendants of devil gods. Our ancestors conquered worlds, enslaved myriad races, slaughtered emperors and immortals. Yet, you're all happy for such little accomplishment." All the upper echelons of the Three-Eye clan lowered their heads, not daring to look at the old man. After seeing this, the Patriarch sighed. "Great Elder, all you're talking about are nothing but things of the past, with only records that seemed more like stories than actual events. The sad truth is even if those things written in those ancient documents are true, it no longer matters. Our world is no longer what it used to be. Our clan has long lost its glory. We have to face reality. And the reality is, without cultivating the origin system, cultivating is almost impossible. The reality is a void-shattered realm is a great boost of strength to our clan and could ensure our survival in the next few thousand years." "You," said the Great Elder, then stormed out of the room. He returned to the clan's shrine, ancestral shrine. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he lit up a few incense sticks and placed them next to a bunch of tablets with names written on them. After that, he entered the room next door, which was his resting room. What the old man did not notice was that a beautiful woman dressed in a long cheongsam. Wu Hong looked at one of the shrine tablets, and she could see the primordial spirit of a true monarch devil residing inside and absorbing incense to prolong its life. With a wave of her hand, she sealed all the power of that primordial spirit then searched it. After getting the information she wanted, she crushed that primordial spirit and teleported to a faraway distance. In front of Wu Hong were 4 pillars that rose straight to the sky. They seemed to be supporting the heavens themselves. The pillars looked nothing extraordinary except for their size. Many devils sat in front of them with their eyes closed. They seemed to want to find opportunities from these pillars. Although they looked nothing extraordinary to most people, in Wu Hong's eyes, these pillars were 4 gigantic bodies with countless runes on top of them. They were the 4 devil gods that she previously sealed. As she watched them, she could feel that they were extremely weak because of being sealed for so long. Wu Hong did not pay attention to them and checked the seal on them. And as expected, nothing was wrong with it. After all, she placed it herself, and she knew how powerful it was. After nodding her head in satisfaction, she was prepared to leave. However, she felt something was wrong. As a powerful cultivator, she is in harmony with heaven and earth. If she feels that something is wrong, there must be a reason. Immediately, she released her divine sense to search the space of the seal, but nothing was discovered. She then calculated the secrets of heaven with her finger, but nothing was discovered as well. Then, her pupils turned purple, and she saw a bunch of threads attached to the devil god's body. These threads were not fate lines, but karma threads. Wu Hong looked at the 1,000 of threads. Then she found one that was special. To be exact, her intuition told her that this was the one she was looking for. She followed the thread. Her vision broke through countless restrictions of space to reach the place where the thread was connected to. Then, she saw a world that was connected to the 9 devil god world. Additionally, this world was very well hidden. Most ordinary great emperors would not be able to find it. As Wu Hong looked at this world, she frowned and thought to herself, another thing that has changed in this timeline. And this time, the changes might not even be related to Wang Wei. Wu Hong understood the concept of the butterfly effect. A single change could lead to countless ripples. And in this case, the ripples might even spread across space and time. After pondering for a brief moment, her vision continued to follow the thread and entered the world. She saw a large continent full of devils. At the center of that continent was where the most powerful force was located, and they happened to be the same race as the devil god that she used the karma technique on. Wu Hong continued to follow the thread, and she finally saw that it was connected to a young devil with a human face and 2 horns. After seeing this, she then looked at the karma threads of the other 3 devil gods, and they all led to the same world, except that they were located on 3 other continents. Wu Hong smirked and muttered, "I see. These guys plan to kill themselves, then use their bloodline descendants to revive themselves." She did not care about these people's plans. How could it be that easy to get rid of her seal? In their situation, they can't kill themselves as her seal will actively prevent this. After smirking for a few seconds, she continued to observe the 4 continents of that world. Unlike the 9 devil god world, this small one is very prosperous with abundant spiritual energy and resources. Additionally, all the devils living there are the most talented and with the best bloodline. All the powerhouses of their races currently reside in that world. As she continued to observe, Wu Hong guessed that in this timeline, someone may have secretly helped the devil race preserve some strength. Otherwise, with her sealing the chi luck of this entire race, they couldn't grow to that level. It seems that this generation's cleanup will be quite interesting. She did not care about this small world and the survival of the devil race. With her observation, she could see that the most powerful cultivator in that world was a quasi-emperor. Let's leave this mess for Wang Wei to fix. Anyway, it's not my problem anymore. Chapter 316. After checking on the subworld attached to the 9 devil gods world, Wu Hong had one last place to check before leaving. Her vision penetrated countless distances until she saw a mass of white fog made of tiny lines amalgamated together. Around this fog were myriad runes that formed a circular cage. The fog kept banging against all corners of the rune cage. Unfortunately, the cage did not budge, not even the slightest. After seeing this scene, She nodded her head in satisfaction as she muttered, "The seal I placed on this world's heavenly Tao does not have any problem. In that case, I am relieved." She then left and returned to the place where she first landed. Since this world was completely sealed, she could only enter and leave from that single portal. Once she arrived at her destination, she returned to the myriad Emperor world through the gate. This time, she did not go to see Wu Feng and silently departed. Wu Hong did not stay long in the myriad Emperor world. Once she left the lifeless domain, she once again broke the void and entered the endless void. She glanced at her home world for a few seconds before teleporting away. For the next few hours, she gathered a bunch of floating debris scattered in the empty void. These debris were pieces of destroyed worlds. After gathering 360 of them, Wu Hong placed each piece in a specific place. Then, with a wave of her hand, many runes appeared in the void and formed a complicated pattern with the pieces. Once she was done, a formation was created. Wu Hong sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation, closing her eyes to feel something. She stayed in that position for a month before opening her eyes. Finally found it. This was harder than expected. After muttering these words, she activated the formation. A white light enveloped her, and she disappeared. As for the 360 world debris, they destroyed themselves after she left. Wu Hong opened her eyes to find herself floating above a large city with many people going about their business. The majority of these people were human, but a lot of races could also be seen. In fact, this large city could be described as 10,000 races gathering city, with how many diverse races gathered. Even the architecture of the city displayed how diverse this city was. Some houses looked like ordinary human places of living, mostly made of spiritual woods. Some houses had spikes and creatures' heads as decoration. Some seemed submerged underwater. Some were floating in the air. Some were on top of very large trees. As Wu Hong looked at all of this, she was not surprised. Instead, she knew that this was the tip of the iceberg for this city. Her view suddenly changed, and she could see that this so-called city was a large continent floating in the void, surrounded by a thin protective barrier. The size of this continent was at least equivalent to 100 domains back on the myriad Emperor world. On top of that, many other subworlds were attached to this continent. Wu Hong's eyes penetrated these subworlds and saw different ones. In some of them, people of different races were battling one another. In another one, they were massacring the devil race only. On another, many people sat cross-legged, seeming in deep meditation. She could see that this world was modified to increase cultivation speed. In another world, many races sat in front of a large tree, which seemed to help them become better enlightened on the Tao. In one world, she saw a giant mountain, and as people slowly climbed it, they were caught in illusion. By breaking through the illusion, they can improve their state of mind. In one of them, the world was different regions based on elemental powers. For example, there was the fire region, the thunder region, the ice region, the gravity region, etc. People were using this world to temper their fleshly bodies, and as long as they lasted for a certain period of time, a weird energy would enter their bodies and help the process. Wu Hong could see that all these worlds were nothing but the tip of the iceberg, so she did not look further. Instead, her eyes focused on a list in the middle of the main world or the floating continent. Her eyes looked at a specific name and thought to herself, "I can't believe that the person who attended the slaughter trial in this timeline is Lin Fan instead of Wang Wei." The name she was looking at was written in bold. Lin Fan, Absolute Chaos Physique, Myriad Emperor World, rank 2345th. She looked at the list for a moment, then said out loud, "Come out." A few seconds later, a handsome man dressed in a blue robe appeared next to her. He looked at her up and down. "Empress Wu? Who else would it be?" "How is that possible?" responded the young man. "You have flesh and blood and a soul. With how strict heavenly Tao controls the lower dimension, it should be impossible for you to leave a clone here. Old Thief Nether, and many people have managed to do so. What's wrong with me doing it? Old Thief Nether is nothing but a little Empyrean. As for other people, That was a long time ago when the control was not as strict as now, replied the young man. Well, aren't I also a little Empyrean? Replied Wu Hong nonchalantly. However, the youth shook his head as he stared at her. It seemed he was trying to figure out how she managed to leave a clone in the lower dimension. Wu Hong turned her head and finally looked at the young man. Chun Tong, this is the reason you're in this half-state of death. Your curiosity is too strong. Chin Tong smiled wryly before saying, Empress, what can I do for you? I need the path-seeking stone in your hand. What? Absolutely not. Although the path-seeking stone is only considered a supreme-level treasure, it is something sought after by even paragons if the circumstances allow for it. Don't be stingy, replied Wu Hong. This thing has little effect on you. True, but I was still going to use it for the final winner of the trial. By now, you should have absorbed enough chi luck from all these heaven-chosens after conducting so many trials. With so much, you should be able to revive yourself, return to your peak, and once again become a paragon. So, you do not need the stone that much, said Wu Hong. Shin Tong remained quiet after hearing this. The reason he established the slaughter trial was not just to absorb chi luck, but also as a way to form strong karmic debts with these heaven-chosens that managed to become great emperor. And one day, he will ask them to repay that debt. With the path-seeking stone, he can create a strong karma debt with the final winner. Of course, he did not want to give it up so easily. As for the reason he did not give it to Empress Wu and form a karmic debt with her, that's because powerful individuals like her can ignore karmic debts after becoming great emperor. The ones before that have to be paid, otherwise they will become little problems in the path of cultivation. But the ones after that are of little significance unless they are truly unimaginable. Wu Hong frowned after seeing Chu Hong's response. Then she said in a cold and ruthless tone, Give me the stone, or I will destroy your remnant soul and take it for myself. You, said Chen Tong, his face turning red in anger. Then, a memory hidden deep inside his soul surfaced. It was the memory of the first time she met Empress Wu. He had just become a paragon, and he was quite confident. After meeting her, he was curious about why she was so powerful, wondering if she had some kind of secret. So, he started to investigate her and calculate the secrets of heaven to learn more about her. However, he did not get far in his search when a gigantic hand made of countless runes descended on him. All the formations in his cultivation palaces were instantly destroyed. The Paragon artifact had blown away. His Paragon body was destroyed, his Tao foundation damaged, and his soul injured. Chun Tong remembered the powerlessness he felt in front of that hand. If it was not that she was just warning him, he would have fallen after that. What's worse, this kind of injury took him a few yuan epochs to completely heal. After thinking about that memory, Chun Tong snorted coldly, waved at him, and sent her a brown stone that looked remarkably ordinary. After receiving the stone, she checked it before nodding her head. With this stone, Wang Wei can quickly finish the last step of refining his blood. Wu Hong then waved her sleeve, and a book appeared in the void. Don't say I took advantage of you. With this book, the process of re-establish your Tao foundation should be easier and more perfect. She then teleported away. Chapter 317. Chen Tong waved his hand, and the book appeared in his hand. He quickly flipped through it, and his eyes lit up after reading the content. Then, he put it away with a smile that displayed his content. As he watched Wu Hong leave, he started to wonder why send a clone in the lower dimension. For a powerful cultivator, such as Empress Wu, all her actions may have profound meanings and serious impacts. Should I try to calculate the secrets behind this? Muttered Chen Tong as a look of struggle appeared on his face. Anyway, her real body is in the eternal Ascensian world and cannot interfere in the lower dimension. As for this clone, no matter how powerful it is, it will not be more powerful than a great emperor. After making a decision, Chun Tong activated all the formation inside his secret hideout, then entered a secret room. The room only had a futon and a pyramid-shaped crystal about 25 centimeters in height. After sitting cross-legged on the futon, Chun Tong began to move his fingers to calculate the secrets of heaven. A mysterious atmosphere enveloped the room, making him look sacred and holy. Anyone who looks at him now would feel that they have learned all the knowledge and secrets that ever was and would exist in the vast universe. While Chun Tong was deep in his calculation, the secret space he was hiding started to shake. The formations surrounding it manifested themselves in the shape of runes. Then cracks appeared all over them. Chun Tong opened his eyes with a look of horror, coughed a mouthful of soul blood. The ultimate taboo, he muttered as his body became illusory, then started to fade away. Immediately, a white smoke flew from the crystal in the room and entered his body. As a result, he stopped disappearing, but his complexion was as pale as a ghost, and the look of horror on his face did not go away. Chun Tong remembered the last time that the ultimate taboo appeared. The final result was that countless paragons, fiend gods, Tao monarchs, and immortal kings died, and their Tao disappeared. Myriad races and worlds were annihilated, and the power structure of not only the Eternal Ascension world, but all the Chaos worlds were forever changed. As for people like great emperors, Empyreans, Tao ancestors, and immortal venerable, well, they were nothing but cannon fodder in this event. In the end, even great Tao was forced to intervene and soothe everything out. Amidst all the mighty beings and races that participated in this event, only one person survived, Empress Wu, and even she paid a terrible price as a result. As for Chun Tong, when that event occurred, he had already left the Eternal Ascension world to explore chaos. And once he heard about it, he hurried back home. Unfortunately, as soon as he returned, some people did not want him to participate and reap the benefit, so they besieged and killed him. If it was not for the powers he was granted as an eternal emperor, he might have been dead for real. Chun Tong took a deep breath to calm himself down, to remember the information he had about the ultimate taboo. Could the Empress want to try again? He muttered. Probably not just her, but many of these dead old guys are probably waiting for the situation to revive themselves. In that case, should I hurry up? Once his thought process reached there, Chun Tong stopped as he seemed to remember something. He gritted his teeth as he cursed. I can't revive now. Damn those 7 parasitic bastards. They used to be nothing but a bunch of weak cowards, but now... Chun Tong stopped talking as he felt a mysterious power blocked by his formations. He knew that it was his cursing of those people that made them sense it. If he was at his peak, this would not be a problem. Unfortunately, now, he is nothing but a remnant soul. So, he sighed deeply while thinking to himself, you guys will have your day of reckoning. He then sat back on his futon and used the crystal to stabilize his injury. He knew that his injury was very serious and would even greatly delay his resurrection. Nevertheless, he was still satisfied with the information he just received. With it, he can prepare earlier and have an advantage. This time around, he was determined to participate in the ultimate taboo and reach the benefit. As for the danger that lies ahead of him, he did not care. To him, truly dying in the pursuit of the Tao was worth it. After Wu Hong left the slaughter trial, she did not travel far before feeling Chun Tong's prying into her secret. Honestly, she was not surprised, as this was his character, which has not changed after so many years. After shaking her head, she took out a unique void boat from her space ring as a form of travel. After using her origin essence to activate it, the boat broke the space to travel in the far distance. And this time, her destination was quite far. With each space jump of the boat, she traveled from one world community to another. The fact that her void boat had such ability showed how powerful it truly was. After traveling for more than a month, she finally arrived at her destination. It was a giant shield that looked like an egg floating in the void. Unlike the Myriad Emperor world where people could see the 5 continents floating in space, the world shield that surrounded this world had an immortal-like fog that blocked people's vision from the outside. As Wu Hong gazed at this world, she could not help reminiscing. This world is called Pursuing Longevity World and has a great relationship with Wang Wei. In the previous timeline, Wang Wei failed miserably during the Heaven Will battle. He was no match for Di Tian, not even close. Luckily for him, the latter did not want to kill him, so he along with a few other participants survived. After this failure, Wang Wei was not discouraged and was prepared to seal himself in bloodstone for many generations to wash away his karma, then try again. Unfortunately, tragedy soon befell him and his loved ones. After becoming an eternal emperor, Di Tian tried to resurrect his wife, but failed. No matter what he tried, he could not bring her back. In the end, he became convinced that the method to succeed lied with the knowledge from Wang Wei's past life. As a person who cultivated the Tao of reincarnation, it was quite simple for him to realize that Wang Wei was reincarnated. After coming to this conclusion, he headed for the Tao opening sect, demanding Wang Wei's memories. The latter refused, an act which sent Di Tian over the edge. So, a war began between those two. Unfortunately, despite the 9 emperor formations and artifacts of the sect, despite the countless sleeping Tao ancestors and immortal venerable, despite the hidden methods left by the previously departed emperors, the Tao opening sect lost this fight and was completely destroyed by Di Tian. After all, the latter was not just a normal eternal emperor, but a unique and powerful one. On top of that, since the sect no longer had the protection of the spirit of epic, they could not rely on their chi luck or on heavenly Tao to survive. Just like that, the most powerful sect of the myriad emperor world was destroyed, forever gone from the annals of history. In the final battle, as Wang Wei watched all his friends, family, and loved ones being massacred by Di Tian, he wailed in agony at how powerless he was. He blamed himself for what happened, for letting his ego get the best of him. So, out of spite and hatred, he detonated his soul to prevent Di Tian from getting what he wanted. However, he was not dead. In that timeline, he did not cultivate the Tao of fate. Instead, he cultivated the Tao of life and death and the Tao of reincarnation, just like Di Tian. So, right before his death, he managed to successfully cast a reincarnation spell to be reborn into another world, the pursuing longevity world. Although Di Tian tried to pursue him into reincarnation, luck was in his favor as the powerful being in the Forbidden Land. The Nether Hell did not want anyone to interfere in the lower dimensions reincarnation, so he intercepted Di Tian and prevented him from chasing. Wu Hong sighed as he woke up from her memories. Hopefully, things will not end the same way this time. And if fate is truly irreversible and things return to the original track, I will remove all my restraints and intervene, no matter the price I have to pay, she muttered. Then, with a firm gaze, she stepped into this world. No amount of hesitation could be seen on her face from now on. Chapter 3:18. As soon as Wu Hong entered the pursuing longevity world, she felt a terrible constraint of the surrounding. It was like she was a giant squeezed inside a small bottle. The smallest of movement, even breathing too hard, would cause the entire bottle to collapse. Additionally, not long after she entered, she could feel a mighty and indifferent will slowly waking up, and it seemed that it was because of her. This world's heavenly Tao seemed very active. Is there a reason for this? Thought Wu Hong with a frown on her face. From her knowledge, the response of heavenly Tao to foreign intruders is different. For lower thousand worlds, heavenly Tao is very weak, so it's very protective of its world. So, anyone with cultivation higher than the divine Altair realm, it will try its best to expel invaders. Middle thousand worlds is a little different. Their defense mechanism is that it will restrain the cultivation of any foreigners. So, once they enter, they have to spend time adapting to the laws of the world. This is especially prominent for cultivators from different world communities who cultivated different systems. As for great thousand worlds, their heavenly Tao will not interfere with any foreigners below the supreme realm. However, once a foreign true monarch enters, his or her cultivation will be suppressed, making them adapt to the laws of the world, just like foreigners of middle thousand world. Lastly, heavenly world. The heavenly Tao of this level of world usually does not care about foreigners that intrude into their world, even with foreign great emperors. The only time they will interfere is if such a level of cultivator starts destroying the world, then they will release divine punishment thunder to stop them. For example, if a supreme realm foreign cultivator intruded into a heavenward world and started slaughtering cultivators and mortals alike, heavenly Tao will not care. However, if a great emperor, Tao ancestor, or immortal venerable did that, then it would intervene. Of course, all this information is for most worlds. Some of them are special and follow different regulations, just like the world that Wu Hong was currently in. As soon as she entered, she felt that the heavenly Tao of this world was awakened and heading towards her way. Not wanting to deal with many complications, she immediately sealed most of her cultivation and breath. Soon after doing this, she felt that the will coming towards stopped and retreated. Wu Hong then finally looked around and noticed her surroundings. She found herself floating in the air with a large ocean underneath. The majestic blue sea stretched in all directions, with nothing else in sight. Wu Hong wanted to use her divine sense to search the surroundings, but did not dare. Do not alert this world's heavenly Tao again. After reviewing her memories, she guessed as to why this world was preventing her from using her power. Although she could not use her divine sense, her sight was still quite powerful. So, she scanned a few million miles in all four directions, but still did not find anything except for the endless sea. In the end, she relied on her intuition to choose a direction and flew that way. For the next month, Wu Hong constantly flew in one direction. Due to this world's restriction, her strength was greatly restricted, and so was her speed. So, it took her a month before finding the nearest place with people living on it. Luckily for her, during the journey, she was attacked by many sea beasts and a few flying demonic beasts. Killing them made the journey less boring. Plus, she finally conquered a purple-winged vulture and used it as a transportation means. After searching his soul, she knew the direction of the nearest city. Once she arrived at the nearest island, she placed the vulture in her space ring, then became invisible. Wu Hong knew how attractive she was, and if she appeared in front of all these cultivators, some poor guy will be tempted to either flirt or use force to get her body. Then, she will be forced to massacre him along with his family. After landing on Maple Island, Wu Hong headed to the nearest inn to listen to people talking, hoping to gather some useful information. In the first few days, she only learned that the vast sea was divided into countless different territories with thousands of small islands making a territory. The territory she was currently in was called Bamboo Leaf Territory, and the leader of this territory was the Lan family. Wu Hong then secretly flew to the Lan family's main island. If I remember correctly, Wang Wei was born in the Red Sky Territory in a mortal family. The mortals in this world live a terrible life. Cultivators do not care about them, and the environment is not suitable for farming. So, they have to hunt fish to survive. Unfortunately, the sea belongs to sea beasts, so they are constantly attacked. And once a beast tide occurs, many islands habited by mortals usually suffer great casualties. As for the role of cultivators, they treat mortals as breathing machines. The talent for cultivating in this world is very rare and requires something called a spirit root. Unfortunately, only a few people have them. Once a mortal reaches the age of 14, they will be tested to see if they have a spirit root. The ones who have are taken by cultivating families or sections. Their families will be taken care of in return and do not need to worry about food and housing. The more talented a child is, the higher the treatment that their family will receive. After flying non-stop for 3 days, Wu Hong finally reached her destination, Ice Butterfly Island. She headed straight to the largest city on the island to listen to some news. Inside an inn, Wu Hong sat at a table by herself. Oddly though, no one paid attention to her, as if she was non-existent. She was listening attentively to the people speaking around. "Have you heard?" asked a drunken man. "What?" asked one of his female companions. Lan's family, 7th young master broke through the Qi refinement realm. "What? He's only 18 years old this year." "That's correct. That means that he only took 5 years to go through the 9 levels of the body refinement realm. Why are you guys surprised?" This is a genius born with a first-grade spirit root. It's expected for him to enter the Golden Core realm in time. After hearing the words Golden Core, every cultivator in the inn had a look of yearning and envy in their faces. Then they sighed desolately. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was reviewing her memories to try to remember the information she knew. The spirit root of this world is divided into 5 grades, with first being the highest. Above that are spirit physiques, which are the heavenly physiques list of this world. The first 3 physiques are the same as in the Myriad Emperor world: Absolute Chaos Physique, Heavy Axe Physique, and 6 Emotions 7 Desires Physique. From a 4th on, they're different and best suited to the laws of this world. From her memory, she knew that once Wang Wei was reborn in this world, he had the lowest 5th grade spirit root, which meant that the body refining realm was his limit. However, as a previous quasi-emperor, he was limited by things like talent. After getting a basic cultivation technique, he was able to modify it to suit him the best. He even slowly integrated this world's immortal cultivation system with the origin system of his second reincarnation. After getting the information she wanted, Wu Hong quickly infiltrated the Lan family scripture hall, where they kept their cultivation technique. Nothing could detect her, not even the elder guarding the hall or the formation placed inside. Wu Hong quickly read through all the techniques and books that contained information about this world. She first focused on the cultivation system. Cultivators in this world start with the body refining realm, where they use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. After reaching a certain level, they go through a process called qi building, where they introduce qi into their dantian and enter the qi refining realm. Once the amount of qi inside their bodies reaches a certain level, they have to liquefy it and turn it into mana. By then, cultivators have entered the foundation establishment realm. Once mana reaches a certain level, it will have to compress again into a core, thus entering the Golden Core realm. This realm is very important for immortal cultivators, as they can ascend from the mortal world to enter the spirit realm. After learning about this, Wu Hong knew that her guess was correct. The reason that Heavenly Tao suddenly took notice of her was the fact that her power exceeded the mortal world. If she used too much of it, she could destroy it. After finding the truth, Wu Hong was not happy as she faced another problem. She could not directly break the void to enter the spirit realm. Every time she tried, she felt a strong warning. With her strength, she did not think anyone or anything in this world could threaten her. However, she came here for a reason and did not want to confront this world's heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he could be exiled and prevented from ever entering this world again. So, she decided to find another way to ascend. She planned to study this world's technique and imitate the aura of this world's cultivator. To be precise, imitate the aura of a Golden Core cultivator, then ascend to the spirit realm. Unfortunately, the Lan family's cultivation technique could only reach the peak of the foundation realm, so she had to search elsewhere. Chapter 319. After exiting the Lan family scripture hall, no one noticed Wu Hong's existence. Then, she changed her aura to resemble the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Soon afterward, she felt the powerful constraint around her being lifted. From now, she can use a little more of her power in this world. This world seemed very repulsive of foreign cultivation system. I wonder why? She did not find the answer to this question in her memory. So, Wu Hong decided to check it out if she has the chance. Wu Hong's next destination was Bushio Continent. The place she was currently at was nothing but the sea region with limited resources and few cultivators. The true center of this world was the Bushio Continent, where immortal families and sects reigned supreme. After searching around, she learned that if she used her current strength to fly there, it would take her a few hundred years to arrive. And that is only if she will not be attacked by sea beasts and flying demonic beasts. So, Wu Hong decided to find another method, which was to hire people who had the means to travel there. After looking around, she learned that the Blue Spirit Chamber of Commerce was the only power in the sea that could travel to the Bushio Continent. Unfortunately, the price was exuberant and not many people could afford it. In the end, she had to calculate the secrets of heaven to discover a few spirit veins in uninhabited islands. With these spiritual stones, she was able to afford the ticket. As Wu Hong boarded the ship of the Blue Spirit Chamber of Commerce, she was a little annoyed. With her strength, she doubted anyone in this world was truly her match. Unfortunately, all her strength was restricted, limiting her means of doing things. For example, if she was not limited, she could either break the space to arrive at her destination or fly there. At worst, she could even refine a flying treasure to get there. Unfortunately, this method did not succeed. Even after using the refining method of this world, the level of treasure she could use was only slightly faster than her peak flying speed. Her next plan was to control the higher-ups of the Blue Spirit Chamber of Commerce and use their long-distance transmission array. Unfortunately, as soon as she started using her soul, she felt the warning of heavenly Tao. In the end, out of frustration, she was forced to use the legal means to arrive at her destination. So, after going through many transmission arrays, she arrived at her destination in just 3 months. As soon as she stepped on the Bushio continent, Wu Hong did not waste any time. She quickly found the information about the most powerful sects around with a golden core cultivation method. The Flying Sword sect is one of the most powerful sects in the mortal world with connection in the spirit world. They can receive messages from there and also get some scarce resources from the higher realm. Inside their library, the invisible Wu Hong was reading not only their cultivation method, but also all the information they had about the upper realm. She wanted to be prepared this time, so as not to waste her time. After she was done, she began to stimulate the aura of the Golden Core realm. In fact, with her realm and understanding, Wu Hong could have created a way to break into the Golden Core on her own. Unfortunately, even if she did so, it will not be the same as this world method, because she did not have a deep understanding of the laws that govern this world. If she managed to gather dozens of cultivation techniques, maybe she would glimpse about the laws of heaven and earth of this world, then she could create the method of her own. Regrettably, this path would take too long. So after getting what she wanted, she flew to a deserted mountain, created a fake core in her divine sea. As soon as she was done, clouds gathered in the sky. Then thunder tribulation descended on her. After going through a catastrophic tribulation by the standards of this world, the path to the spirit world was opened and she ascended. Wu Hong soon found herself standing on a platform. She first noticed the increase in spiritual qi between heaven and earth, then looked around to see many people looking at her with eager eyes. She was not disturbed by this fact, as she knew the reason that they were here. One of the people looking at her muttered out loud, "What a powerful Tao foundation. Her core is at least a 7th grade, maybe more." "What do you know?" replied another person. "I have met a peerless genius with the highest grade of core, and I honestly feel that she is better than her." "Better than 9th grade core? Does such a thing exist?" Wu Hong looked at these people calmly. The reason her fake core is so powerful is that she followed Wang Wei's example in the previous timeline. Once he reached the Golden Core realm, he developed a way to break the core and recondensed. The process lasted 9 times, with each time being a 9th grade core. This method allowed him to go beyond the limit of this cultivation system. When people learned about this fact, they were first shocked and jealous, since this core gave Wang Wei the ability to fight soul transformation realm cultivators. But soon, many people sneered at him because a core like this was impossible to break and nurture a nascent soul. So, although Wang Wei had terrible battle prowess, he would be stuck in the Golden Core for the rest of his life. And after 500 years, he would die. Unfortunately, he proved the whole world wrong. Using the good fortune flame from his second life, he managed to nurture a unique and powerful nascent soul. Many of these people in front of the Ascension altar are here to recruit geniuses from the mortal world. And with Wu Hong's talent, the majority of top sects and families wanted to recruit her. In the end, she chose to enter the branch of the Flying Sword sect that was located in the spirit realm. With the help of the guide, she quickly traveled to the main location of the sect. Many of the elders and supreme elders were happy to have another genius amongst their peers, so they happily welcomed her. However, on the same day that she arrived, Wu Hong quickly infiltrated the library of the Flying Sword sect and secretly learned about their cultivation techniques. She learned about how to break through the nascent soul, the soul transformation realm, and finally, the earth immortal realm and ascend to the immortal realm. However, a few things quickly caught her attention about this world's cultivation system. The first thing is the drastic change of lifespan increase. A golden core cultivator can live for 500 years, nascent soul for 2,000 years, and soul transformation for 5,000 years. However, Earth immortals can live for 10 million years. This kind of lifespan can only be achieved by a few quasi-emperors back in the myriad emperor worlds. Another thing that caught her attention was the fact that to break into the Earth immortal realm, understanding the laws is not necessary. From Wu Hong's understanding, in the Endless Void, all cultivation systems are divided into 9 grades or tiers, with the 10th grade being the Emperor realm. Additionally, by the 7th grade, most cultivators start to comprehend the law. Some of them do it earlier, but the majority will do it by the 7th grade. However, this immortal system does not. As Wu Hong watched the cultivation technique, she muttered, "To reach the Earth immortal realm, you have to use your soul to capture a ray of immortal chi between heaven and earth and baptize the souls and body." She paused for a moment. Immortal chi? How is that possible? From what she knows, immortal chi is required for supreme realm powerhouses or Tier 9 cultivators to become immortal venerable. And only great emperors can use their powers to take immortal chi from the higher dimension and refine it to be suitable to be used. So, how could this world have immortal chi? Without hesitation, Wu Hong began to investigate. She did not think that this world had immortal chi. Otherwise, Wang Wei from the previous timeline would have told her, unless the changes done to this timeline have such a far-reaching effect. She closed her eyes to enter deep meditation. Shun then controlled her primordial spirit to resemble the divine soul of soul transformation realm cultivators of this world. Finally, she began to try to capture a ray of immortal chi between heaven and earth. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes and muttered, "So, that's how it is." The next few days are Christmas Eve and Christmas, so do not expect any chapters. If I have time and am in the mood, I might release one, but please do not expect anything. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Chapter 320. From her research, she discovered that this world does indeed have immortal chi, but a downgraded version of the real one. However, even with this off-brand version, it still granted the cultivators of this world a very long lifespan. After making this discovery, Wu Hong became more interested in this world. She wanted to find the source of this downgrade immortal chi. This secret alone might be worth more than the reason she came here. With hesitation, she left the compound of the Flying Sword sect to a desolate place and immediately simulated the aura of an earth immortal. Then, just like what happened to her in the mortal world, tribulation thunder descended from the sky. Then she ascended to the immortal world. The first thing that Wu Hong noticed after arriving was the fact that her strength was no longer limited. She no longer felt like she was in a suffocating cage. After taking a deep and long breath, she ignored the people around her that wanted to either solicit her or ask her what sect she was from. She immediately disappeared from their sight. After a few teleportations, she appeared in front of a cave that was surrounded by formations. With a flick of her finger, the formation was broken. "Oh!" roared a voice from inside. Wu Hong looked at the old man who appeared in front of her. With just a look from her, the old man found himself frozen and unable to move. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. After pointing her finger at his forehead, Wu Hong quickly searched the old man's soul. However, she was still gentle and did not leave any problems for him. She quickly learned that he was a heavenly immortal, which was this world's equivalent to Supreme Realm. After the Earth Immortal is Mystic Immortal, followed by Heavenly Immortal. Finally, the heavenly immortals can compete for the heaven will and reach the realm of a mortal emperor. My guess was correct, muttered Wu Hong with a voice only she could hear. This world does not practice law, but focuses on accumulating energy to sublimate it. Wu Hong knew of cultivation systems that only focus on only accumulating energy. These kinds of systems usually sacrifice one thing for another. They're usually following the path of extreme. For example, the immortal system of this world sacrifice strength and battle powers for a long lifespan. The average heaven immortal can live for more than 200 million years, which is more than 200 times the average lifespan of supreme realm true monarchs. However, from what Wu Hong observed, an average void-shattering realm cultivator from her world has the same strength as a heavenly immortal. On top of that, there's another flaw in the cultivation system that focused on energy accumulation. They usually create very weak great emperors. Controlling the law is a process of slowly training to control the great Tao. However, since energy-based systems do not have this training wheel as support, once they absorb the heaven will, it becomes harder for them to control the great Tao source of a great emperor. Wu Hong, along with many great emperors, despise energy-based system. The reason is that these systems are not training cultivators to become great emperors, but to become immortal venerables. The highest level of energy that mortals underneath the great emperor realm can bear is immortal qi. So, the ultimate end of the energy-based system is to turn whatever energy that they cultivate to immortal qi and achieve immortality. After getting the information she needed from that old man, Wu Hong pondered whether she should search the source of diluted immortal qi in this world first, or accomplish her original goals first. After pondering for a brief moment, she decided to accomplish her goals first, as she might have to confront this world's heavenly Tao when doing the second one. So, based on the information she received from the old man, she headed to her destination, the ancient Magus region. The immortal world is divided into countless regions ruled by powerful sects with emperor lineages. However, the ancient Magus region is one of the few ownerless regions of this world because it was the site of an ancient battlefield where countless powerful beings fought and died. As a result of this, many secret realms and inheritance is left there. The many different emperor lineages did not want other factions to occupy such a place full of resources, so an accord was reached that no one was allowed to occupy the region. After arriving at her destination, Wu Hong could see many cultivators flying in the air, heading to different places trying to find a fortunate encounter. They usually used a sword, a gourd, or a crane. These are the most flying tools. After a quick investigation, she quickly realized that the cultivators of this world relied too heavily on their magic weapons. This should be a way for them to make up for their lack of combat powers. Nevertheless, she had to agree that compared to the origin artifacts of her homeworld, the magic weapons of this world were indeed way more powerful. Wu Hong used her memory to search a specific secret realm. After entering it, she became very cautious. Instead of using her absolute strength to rush straight to the core, she passed the trials one by one. While standing in front of formation, she casually punched it. Then the number 500 million gene appeared. Understand now how Wang Wei was the only one who managed to pass this trial in this world. With him recultivating the ancient desolate body scripture, it should be easy for him to reach the minimum requirement of this trial. After muttering these words, Wu Hong waited for a few seconds before she was teleported to a simple room with only a small mat in the middle. On the mat sat an illusory old man dressed in a black robe. The old man had one distinguishable feature about him. His skin was bright red. With just a glance, Wu Hong could tell that this was just a recorded message. My name is Dao Monarch Chinwu. If you're reading this message, it means that I have already fallen. Although I had expected this outcome, it still saddens me that this finally arrived. Honestly speaking, I have no real request. As a insurgent's heaven chosens, my life was fantastic and I have no regret. My only wish is that you do justice to my inheritance. After the old man's figure disappeared, 2 books appeared on the mat. Wu Hong sighed as a look of respect appeared in her eyes. In the endless void, the final destination of all cultivation systems can be summarized into 3 paths. The Emperor Path, the Tao Path, and the Immortal Path, which corresponded with the 3 realms of Great Emperor, Tao, Ancestor, and Immortal Venerable. The Emperor Path is the superior one, and the difference in strength between the other 2 is quite vast. An ordinary Great Emperor can easily slaughter hundreds of Tao Ancestors and 10,000 Immortal Venerables. The gap is simply immeasurable. However, nothing is set in stone. Between heaven and earth, there are a few geniuses who decided that they will not succumb to their fate. They won't bow down their heads. Through secret techniques, weird cultivation techniques, or powerful weapons, these geniuses managed to decrease the gap in strength between them and great emperors. They are called insurgents heaven chosen. There's only one way to become one of them, having the strength to defeat a great emperor at the same level. Wu Hong has actually read about Tao monarch Qian Wu, as he was one of the most powerful insurgents heaven chosen of his time. When he was in the Tao ancestor realm, he could defeat great emperors. When he was in the Tao ruler realm, he could defeat Empyreans. And even when he entered the Tao monarch realm, he could defeat paragons. During his era, the power of the insurgents heaven chosens reached its peak. Unfortunately, his overwhelming influence was detrimental to the power of paragons, so his existence could no longer be tolerated. In his last battle, he fought against 4 paragons for a month before he was executed, and he still managed to heavily injure one of them. This man should have been a legend in the world, a hero whose name spread through the ages. Regrettably, the people who orchestrated his death did not want this to happen, so they forcibly erased his name from history. It was only because of Wu Hong's high status and strength that he learned about it. With a wave of her hand, the 2 booklets floated to her. One of them explained the life of Tao monarch Qian Wu. Unfortunately, it was only his early life. Wu Hong used her divine sense to write the rest of the story based on what she knew. Then, she placed a seal on it that required the right occasion to be removed. As for the second book, it had the title, Fiend God Body, 12 Revolutions. After flipping through it quickly, she sighed, "It's a shame that only the first 9 revolutions are in here." Chapter 321. After taking away the inheritance, Wu Hong's mission in coming to this world has ended. Now that she was free, she wanted to investigate the origin of the diluted immortal qi. So, after leaving the secret realm, she began her investigation. Not wanting to waste time, Wu Hong decided to be direct. Her gaze penetrated time and space, went beyond the laws and rules that governed this world to see the core. Then, she saw a fog floating in a large space. Unlike the 9 devil god world, this fog did not have any runes surrounding it. However, there was a blue floating orb in the middle that seemed to be spitting out energy. Wu Hong sealed all her aura and breath. Then she entered the core of the world where the consciousness of heavenly Tao existed in the form of the fog. As soon as she arrived, she did not waste time and started to investigate the blue orb. Immortal source? Thought Wu Hong with a little surprise. This kind of thing is used by immortal venerables, immortal sovereigns, and immortal kings to absorb immortal qi and cultivate. It should now exist in the lower dimension. After examining it, she realized that the existence of this immortal source was most likely artificial. Someone probably placed it here to produce the diluted immortal qi and change this world. If Wang Wei gets this immortal source, he could do a lot of things. At the very least, it will be easier for him to create a large number of immortal venerables. In the future, no matter what, once he proves the Tao, this world has to be in the list of ones to be conquered. Wu Hong did not care about the future immortal emperor that will be born in this world. To her, this person can only be the stepping stone of Wang Wei. After making a decision, she decided to leave before heavenly Tao became aware of her existence and exile her. As for the immortal source, that's Wang Wei's problem. After leaving the world core, she did not immediately leave, but instead went on a tour down memory lane. She visited many places in her memories related to Wang Wei. In her eyes, she could see a young man with red hair that slowly rose through power. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and deep inside, one could see a profound sadness and loneliness. To quickly gain power, the man had no bottom line. He killed and exploited anyone useful to him. And when he reached the summit of this world, when he proclaimed himself emperor and received the worship of myriad races and worlds, there was no happiness on his face. Only pain, grief, and a bottomless desire for revenge. Wu Hong floated in the void as she looked at the pursuing longevity world, thinking about Wang Wei's life in the alternate timeline. After becoming an eternal emperor, Wang Wei wanted to revive his dead family along with the sect disciples. Unfortunately for him, Di Tian was truly ruthless and completely annihilated their souls. So, Wang Wei could not take their souls back from reincarnation and reconstruct a body for them. In the true sense, they were completely dead. After that, he only had two goals in life. One, kill Di Tian and everyone that he loved. Second, become an Empyrean because he learned in that realm, cultivators could create life. So, he ascended to the eternal ascension world in pursuit of his goals. However, he soon learned that Di Tian had already become an Empyrean by then, and if he wanted to catch up to him, a lot of time was required. After all, cultivating in the Emperor realm requires a long time, which is often calculated in Yuan epochs time. 1 Yuan epoch is equal to 269 trillion years. Not wanting to waste this much time, he used the same method in the pursuing longevity world. He slaughtered many sects and families to plunder resources to increase his cultivation speed. The result of this was that he garnered too many enemies, making his life always on the run and escaping with sheer luck. Speaking of luck, right after he ascended, he met Empress Wu and got stuck in a secret realm. After getting to know her and helping her out by using some ideas from his life on Earth, they became friends. She was the only friend he left in the world. Many times, the reason that Wang Wei survived from being hunted down was that Empress Wu intervened and protected her. During those times, he developed some emotional affection for her, but he did not dare to pursue it. For once, his mind was only full of revenge and bringing his family back to life. Second, Wang Wei believed that he was cursed, and if he became Dao companion with her, she would eventually be implicated, leading to her death. So, he always kept some distance from her. Then, with his reckless actions, he managed to become an Empyrean in a relatively short time. Then, he fought with Di Tian a second time. At that time, Wang Wei had already acquired the 11th revolution in the Fiend God Body 12 revolution, so he was victorious in the battle. He captured Di Tian and made him experience all the terrible things that his mind could think of. He even went as far as using some of the filthy things he once read on the internet. After venting his anger, he killed Di Tian. Unfortunately, this act did not bring him any peace. It could not fill the deep and empty hole inside his heart. So, he used his power as an Empyrean to recreate his family in sections. Everything looked exactly the same. Their bodies, bloodlines, souls, memories, and experience. Unfortunately, Wang Wei knew that they were not the real thing. They just looked like it. This fact almost drove him to madness. At that moment, Wang Wei realized that his life was nothing but a joke, and fate was playing with him. At the lowest point of his life, when he was about to give up everything and join his family in the beyond, it was the Empress who talked him out of it. She prevented his Tao heart from shattering and giving up on himself. This was a defining moment in his life as he finally determined his path forward. He wanted to change the ultimate fate of his family and sect. So, Wang Wei became obsessed with the Tao of Fate. He abandoned his original Tao and started cultivating the Tao of Fate. He wanted to become a paragon with that Tao. Unfortunately, with the political situation of the Eternal Ascension world at that time, becoming a paragon was not an easy thing. On top of that, he had made too many enemies. So, he entered chaos to find opportunities. After suffering countless tribulations, he got his wish and became a paragon with the Tao of Fate. After returning home, he discovered that the Empress situation was not good, as many people wanted to kill her. That day, he slaughtered more than 5 paragons, countless Dao monarchs, and immortal kings to save her. Then, he finally achieved his long-last wish, reversed the fate of what happened that day. The day that he lost everything. With his family and loved ones back, the weight on his shoulder was finally lifted. He then proceeded to propose to the Empress, whose words were, "Took you long enough." One would think that this was the end of the story, and that those two would live happily ever after. Unfortunately, things were not that simple. Wang Wei owed some other people some debt that created many conflicts with his relationship with the Empress. Once Wu Hong's thoughts reached there, her face suddenly changed. If Wang Wei was here, he would be quite surprised, as the look on his Dao companion's face was something he had never witnessed before: jealousy. Wu Hong gritted her teeth as the face of a beautiful woman appeared in her mind. "Damn you, Su Junyao." She took a deep breath to quickly calm herself down. "Anyway, this timeline is different. I doubt Wang Wei will ever meet her. And even if he did, without all the emotional debts he owed her, it will be useless." She paused for a moment, then giggled to herself. "What am I worried for? This version of him is even more ruthless than the other timeline. Even if he owed her any emotional debts, he will not care, especially if her actions will be detrimental to our relationship." After saying that, Wu Hong no longer cared about this issue. She waved her hand and a void boat appeared. She controlled it to break the space, heading in some direction in the endless void. "Happy New Year, and hope that this one is better than the last. May God, Buddha, the Tao, or the universe bless all of you in your future endeavors." Chapter 322. Myriad Emperor World, Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, Fire Tempering Domain, Origin Pill Dao Sect. Wang Wei opened his eyes. 3 days have passed since he decided to cultivate the controlling flame art, and he has reached the 6th level. This technique is not that difficult, especially since he already witnessed the power of the 7th level from his 3rd senior sister. On top of that, Lu Cheng already cultivated to the 4th level, so he only had to learn the 2 remaining levels. Unfortunately, his current research on the mystery of this cultivation technique has come to an end. With his current identity, the best way to find out is to either ask his master or his 3rd senior sister. Unfortunately, his master only told him to cultivate to the 6th level before coming to him. Although Wang Wei has already done so, Lu Cheng had only cultivated to the 4th level a few months ago and used this opportunity to break through the supernatural realm. So, he could not explain to his master how he managed to reach such a level in just a few days. He did not want to raise suspicions. After placing the task about the flame scripture in the back of his head, Wang Wei entered the small world inside his space ring. Soon, he found himself in a large pool full of blood. After turning to his original body, he used his nail to make a small cut on his wrist. Golden blood dripped down. However, the blood did not fall on the ground. On the contrary, it went back inside his body, and the wound closed by itself. "I have already tempered blood. Now it's time for the 2nd step," muttered Wang Wei. Without hesitation, he removed his clothes and jumped inside the pool. As soon as he entered, he began to run the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. A white light flew from the blood pool and entered his golden. A large amount of vitality was then infused into his body. The blood refining part of the scripture was divided into 3 parts: blood tempering, vitality absorption, and enlightenment. The first part is self-explanatory. Use any means necessary to temper the blood inside the body. Remove the impurities until the blood is thick and golden. Wang Wei used the cycle of the 5 elements from his organs and his good fortune flame to temper his blood, so he already reached the requirement. As for the second part, all he needed to do was absorb a large amount of life, force, or vitality. 3 hours after entering the blood pool, the color had changed from bright red to a watery white color. Wang Wei looked at this with a frown on his face. He waved his hand, and the water in the pool disappeared. He clutched his hand in the air, then the space broke. Immediately afterward, a bunch of demonic beasts appeared from the cracks. There were different varieties of them: golden lion race, battle ape race, golden rock race, etc. There were more than 10,000 of them, and all of them had two things in common. They had emperor bloodline flowing through their veins and had a cultivation of the supreme realm. Wang Wei used his divine sense to check these demon races, and he could feel that their auras were very unstable. Most likely because they were force-fed medicines to reach their current realms. If they were humans, this would be almost impossible to cultivate so many supreme realm powerhouses with resources alone. This was different for the demon race, as they relied mostly on their bloodline. As long as they have enough resources, and as long as their bloodline is strong enough, they can quickly grow. This is also one of the reasons that humans forced the demon race to live in the continent with the least amount of resources. After checking these demonic races that have been cultivated specifically for him, Wang Wei waved his hand, and a string appeared to form a cut on these beasts. Then their blood flows into the pool, replenishing it. An hour later, the corpses of these demonic beasts turned into dry mummies. Under his control, Wang Wei also removed their blood spirits, which is the equivalent to humans' primordial spirit, and used a secret technique to turn it into vitality. Then, Wang Wei entered the blood pool again to absorb vitality. During the process, he started to think about his future cultivation. Currently, refining his blood has become a bottomless pit. The amount of vitality he requires to cultivate his blood to great perfection is beyond his expectation. According to the scripture, each person has different requirements for the amount of vitality needed based on their strength and talent. As for Wang Wei, there are a few reasons that he needed so much. For one, he cultivated every part of his body to perfection and beyond. Second, his body refining talent drastically increased after refining Jisong's body. Third, after opening his 7 chakras, his body took another leap in strength. Finally, and the main reasons, he decided to cultivate his organs before cultivating his blood. On top of that, he used innate materials for his organs, making his foundation and strength reach an unimaginable level. As a result of this, he has to pay the price for his actions. Luckily for him, his family is rich and can give him all the resources he needs. But Wang Wei is still not satisfied. According to his calculations, he will take a lot of time before his blood reaches saturation. Furthermore, he still has to deal with the third step of refining his blood. So, he began to ponder ways to reduce the time needed to succeed. His first plan is to ask for the sect to give him an emperor pill that has a lot of vitality. However, he denied this plan as this would be a waste. His body is not nearly strong enough to withstand such a powerful pill. Plus, using such a level of resources because he did not want to waste time seemed unnecessary. His second plan was to find another innate herb and used it. Regrettably, this plan was still not practical as the sect no longer had any innate material. Maybe he could get some from other sections. After pondering for a moment, Wang Wei thought of another possible option, the wood essence he used for his organs. As an innate herb full of vitality that can even heal a great emperor, logically speaking, it should be enough for Wang Wei to temper his blood. The majority of the vitality he is using to temper his blood comes from it. However, there is a problem. Innate materials are different from Emperor Tiers 1 for a reason. For a material to become Emperor Tier, it has to be grown by a great emperor. After years of being baptized by his Tao, the material will transform itself in a higher quality. As for innate material, they have their own advantage as well. Since they are bred by heaven and earth, they contain innate laws inside of them. If someone gets such material, the innate law has a lot of benefits. For example, if some mortal was fortunate enough to acquire an innate treasure, then that person is set for life. They can study the innate laws inside of the material. It became very easy for them to cultivate and comprehend the law. The innate material is a perfect teacher that slowly teaches its owner about the laws of heaven and earth, making the lesson as easy and understandable as possible. As for emperor materials, they do have laws inside of them as well. However, it is the law of the emperor that cultivated them. Not only are those laws difficult to understand, but it also belongs to someone else. If someone comprehended them, they might acquire some powerful divine abilities, but their path of cultivation would be forever cut off. When it comes to innate herbs, they also have some law embedded inside of them. If someone wanted to use them to their fullest potential, they have to activate the power inside of them. And what's the best way to do so? Comprehend the law inside of them and resonate with it. However, here comes another problem. To be able to comprehend the law, a primordial spirit is required, and Wang Wei does not have one. He once asked Wu Hong if his paragon quality could bypass this restriction. She told him that it was possible, but a certain price must be paid. For example, he has to change to another cultivation system and recast his Tao foundation. Of course, he could still comprehend the law without a primordial spirit or changing cultivation system. The only problem is that his heaven-defying comprehension will be rendered to an ordinary genius. In other words, he will take a very long time to comprehend the law. Wang Wei frowned as his thoughts reached this conclusion. Wait, he suddenly muttered. Why am I in such a hurry? He realized that his state of mind was wrong. He seemed in too much hurry for success. Right now, he was at the peak of the divine body realm, while most of his competitors were still in the human stage. Even if he took his time to either cultivate his blood or reach the primordial spirit realm, it did not matter. He was just giving them time to catch up to him. Additionally, having a faster cultivation speed did not really matter that much in this world. Even if he cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible, he could not reach the next realm. Only after most, if not all the members of his generation reach a certain realm will heavenly Tao create the heaven will and launch the bat of emperor. So, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down and adjust his state of mind. He could take his time to comprehend the law in the wood essence. No matter how slow it would still be useful once he succeeded. Chapter 323. After calming himself down, Wang Wei decided to take his time and not rush. He will do the best he can to speed up the process, but if he failed, then that's fine. It's not a big deal. Plus, he already had an idea in mind. In the exchange pavilion, he saw that sect points could be used to exchange the Phoenix Heart Pill, which is one of the most famous pills unique to the Origin Pill Tao sect. Alchemists are weak by nature compared to other cultivators, as they spent most of their time refining pills. As such, in ancient times, they focused on better ways to save their lives in case of danger. Most alchemists have healing pills on them in case they need to heal, but it is still possible to be killed even before they have the chance to take it out. So, many alchemists of the Origin Pill Tao sect who wanted to deal with this problem came out with a solution: the Phoenix Heart Pill. Although the name has Phoenix in it, the pill recipe does not have anything to do with that legendary innate demon. The pill is one full of vitality that is lodged inside the heart of the alchemist. Once he or she is injured, it will instantly release the vitality to heal them. This was a way for alchemists to acquire a powerful healing ability similar to body refiners. Unfortunately, over the years, the material to make this pill has become very rare. So, it is not as common as it used to be in the ancient emperor era. Now, there are only two ways to exchange for this pill. One is being the heaven chosen of the Origin Pill Tao sect that will compete for this generation's heaven will. Wang Wei pondered whether he should show enough talent to become the sect's heaven chosen. However, after thinking about it deeply, he refused that idea. The current political landscape of the Origin Pill Tao sect was a mess. His master, despite being the sect master, has very little power and is constantly fighting with Fu Kaiyuan. If he were to become the sect's heaven chosen, he could foresee that Fu Kaiyuan would do everything possible not only to assassinate him, but also reduce the number of resources he would receive. There is no way he would be treated with the same level as the Tao opening sect or other emperor lineages. Furthermore, becoming the sect's heaven chosen would draw too much attention to himself, Even though his rise will still force him to clash with Fu Kaiyun and his faction, it was not on the same scale. Additionally, although Wang Wei had faith in his fate-stealing technique, he did not want to take any unnecessary risk. So, the only option left for him is to acquire enough sect points to exchange the pill. Although this process will take longer, if he plays his card right, it will be fine. After making a preliminary plan, Wang Wei spent the next 3 months inside his cave refining pills and preparing for the future. Then he left. He headed straight to the testing pavilion. His goal was to raise his alchemist rank. One of the advantages of being a disciple of the leader of the Alchemist Association was the fact that, unlike other people, he did not have to go to any of the branches or main branch to test his rank. He could do it inside the sect, and the information will be sent to the proper authorities. While Wang Wei was flying to his destination, he quickly caught a group of people surrounding 2 people competing against one another. Of the 2 people competing against one another, one of them caught his attention. It was a girl dressed in blue clothes, sitting on the floor with a cauldron in front of her. The girl was in deep concentration as she refined her pill. Unlike her opponent, that only had a few dozens of materials near him, she had hundreds of them. To be precise, 320. She would take the material and place it inside the cauldron, control the flame to burn the impurities, then mix them together. She did so with all 320 materials, mixing them in the right ratio. A few hours later, her opponent started to inscribe runes on the pill, but she was still removing impurities from the material and mixing them. Once everything was done, she started to condense the liquid herbal mixture into pills. Soon, both of them were done, and they showed their pills. What they were refining was the top-level Earth Tier pill, Primordial Spirit Condensing Pill. This pill allowed the Primordial Spirit to be more condensed and increase in strength. Once the 2 competitors finished their refinements, they opened their cauldron at the same time to compare. The boy managed to refine 4 pills, with 3 normal grades and 1 superior grade. The girl made 6 pills with 4 normal grades and 2 superiors. So, the winner was decided. The boy coldly snorted as he said, "So what if you win? This world is ruled by rune alchemy. There is no room for you material alchemy people. In your life, you will never become a Tier 3 alchemist." After saying that, he left without looking back. All the people who watched the battle left with a few people sighing in pity. As for the girl, she was calm during the entire process, even when she left. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who was watching this competition, began to rummage through his mind to remember the information he read about material alchemy in the sect's library and secret archive. In the ancient emperor era, after Wang Wei's ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan, gained the title of Tao Father and started the era, many people were competing for the title of Ancestor, including many alchemists who wanted the title of Alchemy Ancestor. At that time, the only existing form of alchemy was what the boy called material alchemy, as the concept of using runes for alchemy did not exist yet. Runes were only used in talisman making, weapon refinement, and formation. Material alchemy revolved around combining many different herbs to accomplish a certain effect by the consumer. It did not rely on runes for anything. At that time, this kind of alchemy was steadily being developed until the Danyuan Emperor appeared and developed the concept of rune alchemy. Unlike material alchemy, rune alchemy had many advantages, one of the main ones being the few materials needed in the process. As long as the few main materials of the pill are used, runes can be used to replace the auxiliary materials. As for material alchemy, each pill required hundreds of auxiliary materials. Furthermore, the higher the pill, the more material required. The profession of alchemy is a resource-burning one, as each alchemist requires many trial and errors before successfully refining a pill. When it came to material alchemy, each failure was the loss of hundreds or thousands of materials. Because of this, back then, alchemy was truly a noble profession that only a few people could partake one, that only the wealthy could become. Then, the Danyuan Emperor invented rune alchemy. This method lowered the number of resources required for alchemists. Because of this form of alchemy soon became mainstream in the world. And once he managed the alchemy ancestor, proved the Tao, and acquired the title, this form of alchemy became the orthodox one practiced by all the cultivators of the myriad emperor world. From historical records, Wang Wei knew that at that time, material alchemy was still a very powerful type of alchemy practiced by many people. The alchemy ancestor did not discriminate against it, and even preached about learning from it and taking some of the advantages it had. Unfortunately, his descendants were not as open-minded as him. The other great emperors of the origin Pill Dao sect started a campaign to forever suppress it. They destroyed countless pills recipes, ruined the reputation of material alchemists, and erased some of their contributions to the world. Things got so bad that at some point, the only recipe for material alchemy left could only refine top-level profound pill that only divine altar realm cultivators could use. It was only after the sect did not produce a great emperor for so long that material alchemy got a chance to breathe and develop. However, without many people developing it, the highest level of pill that they could make now was top-level earth pills. While floating in the air, Wang Wei was thinking about the alchemy ancestor and rune alchemy. From the records he read, material alchemy is the mainstream of the majority, if not all worlds, in the endless void. Most alchemy system is a variation of this. Using runes for alchemy probably did not exist. In one of the books that he read, it was implied that the concept of rune alchemy was most likely invented by the alchemy ancestor and spread through other worlds' communities. Based on the little information that I've read about Danyuan Emperor, why do I feel that this guy was not ordinary, that he was more than he seemed on the surface, muttered Wang Wei as he watched the girl fly away. Personally, he also agreed with rune alchemy becoming the mainstream of the world. Based on the resources needed to cultivate an alchemy master, imagine if material alchemy was the mainstream of this world. After so many eras, how much resources would have been used and wasted? The number is simply astronomical. Not to mention that there would never have been as many alchemists throughout history without rune alchemy. Although he still thought that the great emperors of the origin Pill Dao sect went too far on their suppression of this form of alchemy. Although these guys used the issue of resources as an excuse for their actions, Wang Wei could see that they were doing it for luck. With rune alchemy being invented by their ancestor, once it became mainstream, their sect would be blessed with abundant chi luck and ensure their survival for many years to come. Without such abundant chi luck, their sect might not have cultivated so many great emperors. They might become as miserable as the sect created by the formation ancestor. After shaking his head, Wang Wei continued to fly to his destination. Chapter 3:24. After flying for a while, Wang Wei finally arrived at his destination. He walked in with great pride, heading straight to the counter and registered for his test. According to the rules of the Alchemy Association, each participant of the test has to pay a certain fee, no matter the success or failure of the test. Because of Lu Cheng's master and status, he can receive a discount for the fee. Unfortunately, it was not free, secretly complained Wang Wei. Although he was rich, Lu Cheng was not. So, with a pained expression, he paid the fee for the test. Meanwhile, during the entire process of registration, he had to ignore the weird look that some people gave him. He guessed their reasons for doing so. Lu Cheng was nothing but a low-level Tier 2 alchemist. But now, a little over 3 months after breaking through to the supernatural realm, he was applying to become a middle Tier 2 alchemist. Wang Wei ignored their chatter and lined up like everyone else. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Then an idea came to him. He secretly hypnotized one person and had the person approach him, have a short conversation with him before leaving. Then, he waited for his turn. This wait lasted for a full 3 hours. Finally, Wang Wei along with 5 other people entered a large room. The first thing he noticed after entering the room was the 5 old men floating in the air while sitting cross-legged. They all had white long hair and beard, had tan skin, most likely because of always being around intense flames for alchemy. Additionally, a faint scent of medicine could also be detected from them. The five old men looked at all the participants, only briefly pausing on Wang Wei before ignoring him. The old man in the middle, who was referred to as Elder Fong Lai, said, "You should all be aware of the rules. You can refine any Middle-earth grade pill. To pass the test, you have to refine at least 3 pills with normal quality. You can have as many trials as you want during the allocating time. Now, show me your materials." All 6 of them took out the materials needed for the refinement. Then the 5 old men used their divine sense to check and ensure that nothing was wrong or any cheating did not occur. Finally, Elder Fong Lai waved his hand and 6 ordinary-looking cauldrons appeared in front of the participants. According to the association's rules, the test required the participants to use ordinary cauldron as a way to display their true skills. Wang Wei checked the cauldron in front of him. It was nothing but a low-level, profound origin artifact that only body-refining realm cultivators would use. Since everyone was restricted to the same rule, he did not say anything. Countless runes starting appeared on his body as he immediately used his innate talent. With it, he instantly understood the perfect ratio needed to refine the pill he chose, the Fortune Enhancement Pill. The purpose of this pill is to increase the strength of a cultivator's good fortune flame, which will in turn increase the speed that they can temper their bodies in the divine body realm. This pill is quite popular amongst cultivators, and the difficulty to refine it is between middle to the upper levels. After Wang Wei used his innate talent, the 5 judges were not surprised, as many alchemists have innate talent that help them in pill concocting. In this group along, there was another person who was also using his innate talent. The only difference was that the person had already entered the divine body realm, so runes did not appear on his body. Wang Wei ignored everyone as he concentrated on his refinement. After using his talent to get the perfect ratio for his recipe, he did not stop there. Instead, he used his precision talent to find the precise or perfect way to remove impurities. After controlling the flame properly to do so, he melted the herbs in a liquid, mixed them into one before condensing the mixture into pills. Finally, he engraved the necessary runes. After Wang Wei finished, he ended up with 3 normal pills and 2 superior ones. The judges checked the pills, nodded in satisfaction before giving him a badge with his newly updated status as a middle tier 2 alchemist. The information regarding his status was updated in the main brain of the association that was located at the city right in front of the Origin Pill Dao sect. While leaving the testing pavilion, Wang Wei used his divine sense to refine the new badge and also review the new benefits he will receive with his new status. For one, he will receive a few hundred sec points. Although not a lot, still better than nothing. However, the greatest advantage of that badge is the discount it could be used for. Whether it was buying herbs from the sect or directly from the association, whether he can send missions, he will receive a discount. And that's not all. Many places that are unrelated to alchemy will give discounts to professionals as long as they show their badges. For example, when using teleportation array, renting flying demonic beasts, and even using the constructs that Wang Wei popularized, the badge can be used to get a discount. Finally, the badge contained a defensive formation inside that can protect the user based on their tier. With Wang Wei's badge, the formation can be used to protect him from a powerful attack from a peak divine body realm cultivator. From what Wang Wei knows, the Tier 3 badge is actually very precious, as it contained not only a defensive formation that can protect from void-shattering realm cultivator, but also can be used as a void-breaking talisman. That way, once the alchemist is in danger, they can run away. Even if the opponent blocks the void, they can still tear it open and run away. The badge is one of the reasons that many professionals are eager to join the associations, especially the loose cultivators. After all, the badge is equal to a second life for them. After leaving the pavilion, Wang Wei flew back to his cave. However, midway through, he received a communication talisman and changed his destination. "Disciple has seen Master," bowed Wang Wei. "Little Fifth, I've heard the news about your promotion. Congratulations," said Yilao. "It seems that my master's power is not as bad as I imagined." Not even a few minutes after my test, he already received the news. However, from his body language and tone, he seems to wonder about my sudden increase in alchemic ability, thought Wang Wei, who placed a happy smile on his face as he said, "Master, it's all thanks to innate talent. At first, it could only be used to find the perfect ratio of herbs to use for alchemy. Then, I thought to myself, why not try to find the precise way to remove impurities in the herbs? Then it worked. I cannot believe it. Now, I have so many ideas. Maybe I can use it to find the perfect way to control flames and, more important, to engrave runes. If it can succeed, I cannot imagine what I could achieve in the future." As Lao watched his excited apprentice babbled on, his eyes lit up in surprise, albeit his face remained calm. If his disciple succeeds to develop his innate talent to this level, his alchemy talent would reach an unimaginable level. Lao became excited after hearing this. This is one of the advantages of the origin system as a cultivation method. With the right innate talent, a mediocre person can quickly become extraordinary as long as they develop their talents in the right direction. Good, good, good. Lao repeated his words 3 times. "You did well, Lil Chung. You did not disappoint your master. I have finally removed this guy's suspicions. Plus, from now on, I do not have to worry about showing too much talent." Wang Wei personally developed Lu Cheng's innate talent in that direction to display his talent and be more favored by his master, thus also increasing his chances at achieving his goals for coming here. Truth be told, he has even more ideas for the development of this talent. For example, in the future, he wants to develop this precision talent to apply to other things. For example, develop the perfect way to apply physical strength, the perfect way to control origin essence, the precise way to apply the soul. Finally, the precise way to control the law. Although Lu Cheng's ability seemed to be limited to only alchemy, for now, Wang Wei will try to develop in these directions. If he succeeds, he will not return that talent to Lu Cheng after giving him his body back. Even if he fails, he will try to develop a cultivation technique that has these effects using that talent as a springboard, just like Empress Wu did with her universal seal. After being praised by Lao, Wang Wei displayed a happy face, followed by a little shy and embarrassed appearance. Then, a look of hesitation appeared on his face. "Little Chung, do you have something in your mind?" "Master, I've been wondering about the controlling flame art. Is there a problem? If there is something that you do not understand, I can explain it to you." "No, it's not this. While I was waiting for my test, a disciple named Jiang Yu approached me. Based on my brief conversation with him, I could feel like he was interested in what cultivation method I cultivate. I don't know. I somehow feel like this technique has some secret." Lao frowned after hearing this. According to the information he received, someone did approach Little Fifth, and that guy also belonged to Fu Kaiyan's faction. Has he already suspected something? With a calm look on his face, Lao said, "You do not have to worry about anything. As long as you cultivate it to the 6th stage and break through the primordial spirit stage, you will know everything." "Master, I feel like with the combination of my innate talent, I should be able to cultivate to the 6th stage really soon." The controlling flame art is a weird technique that not only showed how to control flame, but can also be used as a cultivation method. As such, it is possible to cultivate it to a high level without reaching the realm, as long as you have enough talent. "I understand that you're curious," said Lao, "but you have to understand, some secrets cannot be known without the appropriate strength. It seems that I have to find another way to quickly learn the secret of this technique." Wang Wei nodded his head, chatted with his cheap master for a while before returning to his cave. "Sorry about the mistake. I even got the chapter title wrong using the S title." Chapter 325. After returning to his home, Wang Wei pondered on how to acquire the information about the secrets of the flame-controlling art. By now, he had a few theories and guesses about the origin and purpose of this technique. Unfortunately, he did not have enough evidence. Intuition told him that this cultivation technique might be related to his purpose in infiltrating this sect. So, After making a preliminary plan, he moved on to something else. Today, during the test, one of the participants caught his attention. To be precise, the pill he refined caught his attention. The guy refined a pill called Divine Organs Replacement Pill. In the human stage of the divine body realm, tempering the organs is one of the most difficult processes. Unlike the other body parts, once injured, it is very difficult to heal and could lead to permanent damage, if not tempered the appropriate amount. Then once a cultivator break through the shattered void realm and their bodies are baptized by the law, then their organs will collapse, leading to instant death. This is where the Divine Organs Replacement Pill came into place. Once consumed, a cultivator can instantly grow a fake divine organ capable of withstanding the power of law. Of course, using this pill meant that your foundation is not solid, and the void-shattering realm will be the end of the cultivation path. Furthermore, there's also a high chance of failure when doing this. Nevertheless, for many people with poor talent, this pill is a lifesaver for them. Before coming here, Wang Wei had heard about this pill, but never saw one. This is because the recipe is exclusive only to the Origin Pill Dao sect. After watching that disciple refine that pill, he finally realized an important aspect of his infiltration that he had overlooked. His situation was the best possible time for him to steal many of the secret recipes that the Dao opening sect did not have and bring them back. In terms of alchemy or other professional heritage, the Dao opening sect has a complete heritage that goes all the way to the Emperor tier. This is all because of the effort of the second great emperor of the Li family, Li Zheng, who took the name Miscellaneous Study Emperor. As his name suggested, this emperor was interested in studying many things during his life. He studied pill refinement, talisman making, weapon forging, formation, divination, yin-yang calculation, puppeteering, medicine nurturing, beast breeding, beast controlling, etc. He went as far as studying things like literature, poem, calligraphy, chess, military development, and many more. With his long lifespan and talent, he studies too many things. Although he proved the Tao with the 5 elements and created the 5 elements foundation scripture, he did not stop studying all kinds of miscellaneous things after becoming a great emperor. One of the reasons that the Tao opening sect has so many pill recipes, knowledge about runes that allowed them to cultivate professionals on their own, is because of him. The Misclean-out Study Emperor single-handedly increased the foundation of the sect. Despite this, it did not change the fact that compared to sects that specialize in different professions, the sect was still lacking in many aspects. However, Wang Wei discovered that he had the perfect opportunity to close the gap with these specialized sects and further increase the foundation of his own sect. Well, at least when it comes to alchemy. After making this realization, he decided to learn as many recipes as possible while here. If necessary, he has to use his status as the disciple of the sect master to his advantage. So, with a complete plan for the future, he got back to his alchemy. He was also taking this time to study the other profession as well. In recent years, he has been slacking. Heavenly Abode Realm. Li Jun looked at the disciple in front of him. Is it done? Yes. After more than a year and countless resources, it's finally finished. In that case, it's time to begin. Because of the difference in time flow, although only 3 months passed in the Myriad Emperor world, a year and a half passed in this world. During this time, the gods have been searching for Li Jun's group nonstop. Well, at first they were. After searching for a few months and not discovering anything, the majority of these gods started to give up. To them, they were mighty and lofty divine beings. How could they waste their time doing something as lowly as searching? Unfortunately, this world was very hierarchical. Since the supreme gods had others to search, they could not openly disobey. So, the title gods started to do the bare minimum while ordering the void gods under them to search with their full strength. At first, the void gods did so, but after not their search was proven futile, they also started to do the bare minimum while ordering the true gods under them to their best searching. In that way, things started to escalate as the upper gods ordered their subordinates to do their best while they slacked off. In the end, Only the little divine shrine cultivators who were only slightly more powerful than mortals were forced to search with all their strength. As for the supreme gods, the majority also did not care. They thought that maybe the outsiders already left their world. When it came to the destiny goddess prophecy, they believed that she might have been wrong. If not for the fact that she brought up Mother God during the council meeting, not many people would have believed her anyway. Today was ordinary for the people of the heavenly abode world. Even the gods thought so as well. Many of them were doing their usual daily 30 minutes to hour investigation before returning to their heavenly abode. However, something out of their control occurred. In the death realm governed by the death god, countless circles with runes inside of them rose from the ground into the sky. There were thousands of them covering the entire realm. "Formation," muttered the death god with an ugly look on his face. He immediately wanted to act, but it was too late. The formation activated and surrounded the entire death realm. Immediately, the gods felt a change between heaven and earth, especially the void gods and above. They could not get access to their heavenly abode, meaning that they could no longer use its power to increase their strength, heal themselves, or replenish their divine energy. And they cannot use the power of space. More importantly, they cannot even enter their heavenly abode as the formation blocked the space. The gods inside these abodes found themselves stuck and unable to leave. A dark energy wave suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a middle-aged man dressed in black clothes appeared in the sky. He was the death god. Because his heavenly abode is fused with him, he used his power of law to break the space restriction. Unfortunately, only he could leave. The good news was that he could still use the power of his abode. As the death god looked at his realm, he could see countless armies surrounding different strategic places, mostly areas in the Death Kingdom where the power of incense is most concentrated. Just like the Fire Realm, the most powerful force in the Death Realm is a kingdom created by the Death God and ruled by his descendants. Most supreme gods used this political structure as a way to rule their realms and make it easier for them to gather incense. With a single glance, he judged based on these armies' aura that they were elite and well-trained, and his gods were not matched for them. So, he prepared to intervene. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, a young handsome man wearing a golden red armor appeared in front of him. Upon first contact, the death god could feel a terrifying fighting intent from this young man, followed by a familiar breath. After pondering for a moment, he realized that this breath was similar to his. It was the breath of death. "You must be the outsider who invaded our world." "That's correct," replied Li Jun with a calm smile on his face as he looked up and down at his opponent. "You know, things do not have to be so complicated and bloody. As long as you gods agree to cooperate with us, we can leave this world after our goal is accomplished, and you can continue to rule as much as you want." "And what goal would that be?" "I decline to comment." "Hee," laughed the death god sarcastically. "Your words are not sincere. If you really wanted to cooperate, you should have contacted us and stated your terms and conditions." "You are partially correct about this. However, one of the fundamental truths of the universe is that only people of equal strength can negotiate with one another." The death god's face became ugly as he said with a slightly raised voice, "So, you guys want to kill the most powerful god to display your power, then advocate for communication and diplomacy?" Li Jun paused for a moment. "To be honest, we did not know that you were the most powerful god. We chose to attack you simply because your realm is the largest territory of all the supreme gods." This answer infuriated the death god. His opponent's meaning is obvious. To them, it did not matter how powerful the gods were. They could all be killed. Chapter 326. Li Jun internally shook his head as he watched the agitated death god. When searching for information about the death realm, of course, the group learned that it was the largest area, but also ruled by the most powerful god. Li Jun remembered when he was 5 or 6 years old and was going through his first enlightenment with children of similar age. In the first battle class he took, the teacher once asked what was the most important thing in a battle. The majority of children would say things like having powerful strength, being invincible, or having an invincible heart. His big brother Wang Wei answered that having the proper strategy before any battle. The teacher praised him, but said that he was wrong. The teacher told him that the most important thing is the state of the mind. First, make sure that you are in a calm state of mind. Then do whatever possible to disturb your opponent's state of mind. According to that teacher, any extreme emotion is detrimental to battle. As long as a person is not calm enough, they could not apply their full power. Even if a person can gain an increase in strength because of rage, it is only momentarily and would also make such an opponent have many flaws in his actions. In that class, that teacher boldly declared that no matter what cultivation a person is, even a great emperor, without a calm state of mind, they cannot fully display their strength. So, the teacher taught them how to use their words to agitate their opponent. Li Jun remembered how his big brother's lips twitched in disbelief and muttered softly. "So, we're learning on to trash talk?" Li Jun once asked him what trash talk was, but he refused to answer him. It was not until they began to cultivate and asked again that he learned. His brother then taught him a bunch of vulgar ways to insult an opponent to disrupt their state of mind. Li Jun was shocked and swore that unless he was truly in despair and on the verge of death, these words will never come out of his mouth. After all, his mother raised him properly. Li Jun ignored the angered death god. With a swing of his arm, a weapon rack with 18 different weapons appeared behind him. This was his proven Tao artifact. Li Jun took out a blue halberd before the rack disappeared. His aura skyrocketed as he locked on to the death god. "Are you ready? Today should be your last day in this world." The death god did not answer him, but waved his hand. He mobilized the power of the law to create a gigantic black hand, descending on Li Jun. The sky became gloomy as the hand covered it. Countless souls screaming and wailing could be seen and heard from the hand. Boom! The hand hit Li Jun, causing a massive energy wave in the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles long. Luckily, the formation that surrounded the realm prevented the shock wave of this attack to hit the ground. The wind blew away the smoke in the position of Li Jun. All the people on the ground looked with bated breath. The gods had a sneer on their faces, while both Li Jun's slaughtered Tao Legion and Tai Gang's undead legion had a calm look on their faces. Once Li Jun's body was revealed, there was not even a scratch on him. His head was raised in the sky, seeming to look in a certain direction. "That's how it is," he muttered to himself. "How can you be perfectly fine?" asked the death god with slightly trembled hands. Although this was not his full strength, he still used more than 70%. Yet, his opponent was perfectly fine. Li Jun sneered after hearing this. After his defeat at the hands of Feng Li Juan, although he benefited from Wang Wei's words and entered enlightenment, he was still a little lost. He wanted to drastically increase his strength in a short time, so he wanted to find the war talisman from the talisman ancestor. However, Wang Wei told him instead of relying on something so uncertain, it's better if he trained more. So, Wang Wei trained him. He turned Li Jun into a proper body refiner. Unfortunately, Li Jun did not have the talent to cultivate the ancient desolate body refinement scripture. To cultivate this scripture, specific talent is required. The talent to find the Tao rhyme or essence of heavenly materials and treasures. Wang Wei's grandfather, despite his cultivation talent, did not have this specific talent. As for his father, he did not want to cultivate this scripture. His path was that of a pure swordsman. And swordsmen do not need powerful bodies. They pursued the extreme of attacks. To a swordsman, the best defense is the ultimate offense. If the swords in their hands cannot kill their opponent, they do not need to have a strong body to survive. To them, this was a shame. Wang Wei does not believe in such extreme ideologies, so he's not a swordsman. Although Li Jun did not have the talent to cultivate the scripture, Wang Wei made cultivate the Overlord Fist. After beating him an inch to his life many times, his fleshly body became stronger. On top of that, Wang Wei created a technique specifically for him called treasure body tempering, since other body tempering method did not suit him. This technique was inspired by the desolate scripture. Instead of absorbing the Tao rhyme or essence of a material, Wang Wei created a way to absorb the material itself inside the body. By treating the body as an artifact and refining it with heavenly ores and materials. This technique does not lose to the overlord fist or even the ancient desolate body refining scripture. In terms of potential, it's all based on how far Li Jun can develop it. The only downside is that too many artifacts are required to temper each part of the body. Luckily, Li Jun is also considered a rich second generation. And this was not the end. Wang Wei also sealed a diluted divine punishment thunder in his body to always temper his body. Ignoring the death god, a spear appeared in his hand while the halberd floated in the air next to him. He held it over his shoulder like a javelin before using his all-strength to throw it. Boom, boom, boom. 5 sonic booms occurred in the air as rings of clouds appeared in the spear's path. Then, it turned into a red light before rushing straight into the sky. All the people in the death realm, from the lowest of mortals to all the gods, could hear the sound of the spear breaking the sound barrier. As they watched that red light disperse the clouds, dispersing the heavens itself, only awed was left in their hearts. Meanwhile, the death god's complexion paled as he guessed the target of the spear. It was his heavenly abode. Once something happens to his abode, his strength would fall dramatically. So, no matter what, the death god has to stop the spear. He wanted to instantly teleport in front of the spear. Unfortunately, the formation laid by Li Jun and the others reinforced the space of the death realm. As such, it became impossible for the lower gods to teleport, while very difficult for the death god. Once he realized that his flying speed was faster than his teleportation, he turned into a black shadow as he rushed to the spear. Without any hesitation, the death god burned his divine power to increase his speed. Despite the spear's head start, he still managed to catch with it after a few seconds. Standing in front of it, the death god held the spear with both hands, trying to catch it. It's unfortunate that the force behind the throw was beyond his capability, so he could not stop it. So, the spear continued towards his destination as it pushed the death god upward. Having no other choice, he decided to try another tactic. A black aura came from his body, trying to corrode the spear using the power of his death law. This tactic was soon proven futile as nothing happened. A red aura appeared on the spear to block his attempt. Truth be told, even without that aura, the chances of the death destroying it are slim. The spear is a peak heaven grade 1, meaning that it was equivalent to the void-shattering realm cultivator who controls the power of law. With Li Jun's resources, it should be easy to have a supreme tier artifact. However, proven Tao artifacts are different from ordinary ones. It does not rely that much on materials. For a proven Tao artifact to grow in grades, it has to be constantly nourished by the owner's origin essence, spiritual power, and general strength. After seeing that his attempt was not working, the death god frowned. He was constantly being dragged towards his heavenly abode by the spear, and he could not stop it. He knew that the majority of his strength came from the abode, and if something happened to it, he would lose the ability to control the law. So, the spear must be stopped no matter what. Chapter 3:27. Since using pure strength could not stop the spear, the death god decided to use tactics. So, while holding the spear in one hand and being dragged, he took out a scepter with the other hand. He concentrated all his power and hit the spear again, this time not trying to stop it, but changing its direction. Then, the death god moved away from its path. The spear flew to the sky at maximum speed until it hit the shield that surrounded the death realm. It did not penetrate it, only slightly shook it. This small reaction did not matter for the people inside, but this was important news for the ones outside. Outside of the death realm, the 35 supreme gods floated in the void as they looked at the shield that suddenly appeared and separated the death realm from the rest of the world. They finally realized that the outsiders have started to act against them. And what shocked them was that their first move was so large in scale. Previously, when they faced invasions from other worlds, of them were as powerful or efficient as this one. As such, the majority of them became flustered and did not know what to do. They began to argue between them about their next course of action. Luckily, the Destiny Goddess and the Life Goddess stood up and took charge. They asked the remaining people to use all their strength to try to break the shield and see what was happening inside. Unfortunately, no matter what method they used, the shield remained unaffected. But they did not stop their assault. Meanwhile, the Death God became more furious after Li Jun's attack. In his infinite life, he had never suffered such humiliation. He looked at his opponent furiously, before flying away to his heavenly abode. Under his control, the abode turned into a small star and was absorbed by the Death God. Instantly, a powerful aura emanating from his body covered the entire Death Realm. The aura was powerful, deadly, making the souls of all living things tremble and worship him. Fortunately, the Slaughter Legion and Undying Legions had a vast amount of Slaughter Chi in their bodies from their intense training. As soon as that aura wanted to invade their minds, a red aura suddenly enveloped these legions and protected them. As for people like Wang Zhu, Tai Gang, and Yin Liling, they could not care less about such tactic of intimidation. Li Jun raised his head to look at the Death God as he muttered to himself. His strength increased from the beginning of the Shattered Void Realm to the peak. He can even be considered a half-saint. The fighting intent in his eyes increased. Although he was only in the Divine Body Realm, his strength was equal to people in the Saint Realm after being trained by Wang Wei. He could kill ordinary saint, fight equally to genius saint, run away from heaven-chosen saint. Only heaven-defying saints like sect Master Wang Tian could instantly kill him. Of course, this classification only applied to people who just entered the Saint Realm. So, the Death God's current strength could only slightly raise his fighting spirit. He rushed towards his opponent with the halberd in his hands. With his armor, he looked like a god of war going through war. He swung it down with tremendous force. The Death God was momentarily caught off guard by Li Jun's speed and reaction, so he could only instinctively raise his scepter and block. A powerful force came from the clash, forcing him to fly away a dozen kilometers before he managed to control himself. Once again, the Death God felt humiliated. As a god, he was forced into this situation. He raised his hand and said out loud, "Death Judgment." A huge book suddenly appeared in the sky, gleaming with the power of law. It locked on Li Jun and began to scan his body and soul with some weird method. Finally, characters that composed of his name were slowly being written in the book, and Li Jun could feel that his lifespan was slowly dissipating. He could feel that once his name is completely written, he would die. He controlled his origin essence to turn into death chi to surround his body. Then he cut off the connection of this book to himself. Regrettably, his actions were partly successful. He did not completely cut off the connection, but drastically decreased the rate at which his lifespan is decreasing. According to his calculation, he probably will lose 5 years of lifespan after 24 hours. To him, this was plenty of time to end this battle. Li Jun looked at the Death God, who had an ugly look on his face, and swung his halberd once again. This time, he did not use direct confrontation of brute strength, instead used an origin ability. A gigantic halberd of similar size to the book materialized before rushing towards it. Its whole purpose was to destroy the book. As the Death God did not want this to happen, he immediately took action. A colossal arm came out of his body to block the spear. The arm was devoid of any skin and flesh. It only had red bones. The sky trembled because of the confrontation of these two. Powerful and large-scale shockwaves spread like wildfire in all directions. To the mortals of this world who rarely interact or witness the power of gods unless through stories, this was the definition of a divine battle. The red bone arm could only momentarily stop the spear. However, this was all it needed. Soon after that, another weird scene occurred. The other parts of this bone hand rapidly came out of the Death God's body. Then, a massive red bone giant with a beating heart under his ribs showed up. With 2 hands, He held the halberd that was descending towards the book. Taking this opportunity, the death god blessed the judgment book with his law power and increased its strength. Li Jun felt the rate at which his lifespan is decreasing rapidly accelerated. He frowned before saying, I originally wanted to play with you a little to learn how strong the supreme gods are and how they fight now. I do not want it anymore. After hearing that the supreme gods could use the power of law, Li Jun and the group knew that this world was not simple and wanted to gather more information. So, their plan was to use this fight to learn about the gods. And in this brief battle, Li Jun already learned something important. To be exact, he confirmed a theory that he had. These gods do not control the law, they can borrow its power. This is the reason that even though the death god control such a power law as death, yet he was still so weak. It's not just because their god civilization has been isolated for so long, making them underdeveloped. Middle Thousand World cannot give birth to cultivators that control the law. However, the gods of these worlds use the unique state of this world along with their unique cultivation system to borrow the law and use it. Li Jun wondered who came out with this cultivation system. Although it had many flaws and restrictions, it is still an ingenious one. He did not believe for a second that the aboriginal people of this world created it. Maybe he was being arrogant and condescending, but he still believed in his judgment. A slaughter will suddenly appeared on Li Jun's body, and he swung his halberd once again. A red slash that was quicker than the speed of sound rushed towards the death god, who instantly felt that death was approaching him. A black armor suddenly appeared on the death god's body, covering every single inch of it. Once the slash hit it, he was only pushed a few steps back, with only a slash mark on the armor. Armor law, said Li Jun in surprise. This is a secret technique that is controlled by most holy land and above in the myriad emperor world. It allowed a void-shattering realm cultivator to condense his power of law into armor as a life-saving method. In any dangerous situation, a void-shattering realm cultivator with this secret technique is most likely to survive than ordinary ones. This technique is strictly controlled to ensure that disciples of these high-level sects have an advantage over lower-level sects that do not have a deep background or foundation, and loose cultivators. According to regulation accepted by all cultivators, for a sect to proclaim itself as a holy land, not only does it need to have a certain number of Saint Realm cultivators, it also needs to have an armor loss secret technique along with a few other conditions. This is the reason that Li Jun was a little surprised after seeing the death god use this technique. He wondered where he got it from. Li Jun's eyes lit up as he realized that the secrets of this world are deeper than he imagined. Chapter 328. As Li Jun watched the armor around the death god, although he was a little surprised, in general, things did not change much. With the armor law, a void shattering would be immune to most non-law related attacks. So, even if thousands of primordial spirit attacked them at the same time, it would not cause them any damage. Nevertheless, there is still a limit. As long as an attack reached a certain level, it can still be broken. So he decided to use an attack from his newly created Slaughter Dao code for being enlightening by the 3,000 Dao orbs. A river of blood that covered the entire sky appeared behind Li Jun. He looked like the sovereign of blood, like a mighty god of war that has only left trails of blood and destruction behind him. Li Jun raised his halberd to control the blood sea, but suddenly stopped. In his mind, he could hear the sound of breaking followed by a cry of intense pain. It finally dawned on him that this world was only a middle thousand world and could not withstand a certain threshold of power. His current attack has passed that threshold. Truth be told, his short battle with the death god reached the power of void-shattering realm, which should be higher than the threshold of this world. However, since Heavenly Abode World is a special one, it was not that affected. However, the attack that Li Jun was about to use to break the death god's law armor was too powerful. After making this discovery, Li Jun dispersed his attack, an act which bewildered the death god. He thought that something might have happened to his opponent. Maybe the tide of this war will sway to my advantage, thought the death god. Unfortunately, his thought was very wrong. Li Jun took out a jade talisman to communicate with someone. A few seconds later, the formation in the sky shone brightly. Then a look of horror happened on the death god's face. His armor slowly dissipated. "What have you done to Mother God?" he roared out loud. "Why can't I feel my connection with her?" Death God tried to mobilize his power of law, but nothing happened. He had lost his power as a supreme god. "Mother God? Is that what you people called the heavenly Tao of this world?" asked Li Jun, quite fitting, I guess. "Answer my question." "We have long speculated that the power of law of your supreme gods came from heavenly Tao. As long as the connection between the two of you is broken, all of you should lose that power." The death god immediately became flustered after hearing this. All the gods revered heavenly Tao and considered her as their creator, their mother, hence the name. They believed that although she rarely intervened in the world, her power was supreme and almighty. But now, these outsiders have proven to have the ability to interfere with her and even cut off the blessing that she gave them. Li Jun could read his change of emotions with a single glance. Internally, he shook his head. This is the difference between a powerful world and a small one. The way they see and understand the world is completely different. This manifests in the form of advanced civilization. The gods of this world never fathom that someone could affect heavenly Tao. However, to Li Jun from a powerful world, completely enslaving the heavenly Tao of a middle thousand world is a very common thing. After shaking his head, Li Jun took out a sealing artifact that looked like a bead, preparing to seal the death god. Right now, the latter's strength has decreased from a half-saint to the primordial spirit realm. An accident then occurred. The death god, who was flustered and anxious, suddenly started to burn his soul and the majority of the incense inside his heavenly abode. Li Jun flicked his finger to throw the bead at an incredible speed. Once it arrived in front of the death god, the latter was instantly swallowed by it. However, Li Jun could feel that he was a step too late. As he held the bead in his hand, he could see the body of the death god inside, seeming to be in a forced sleep. After sighing, he used a teleport spell to arrive on top of the Death Kingdom capital. Although in the Myriad Emperor world, cultivators in the Void-Shattered realm can break the void to teleport, a few Emperor lineages have developed space spells. However, a requirement of Origin Essence is required before learning or using the spell. Otherwise, the user will instantly be drained of his energy. "Did something happen?" asked Yan Liling after seeing Li Jun's arrival. "Yes, the death god used some kind of secret method to bypass the formation and send some information outside. Would that affect our plans?" "Most likely," replied Li Jun nonchalantly. Nevertheless, he did some that worried. He then handed the bead to Wang Ju. "See if you can search his soul to gather any information." "Where are you going?" she asked back after taking it. "I just received news that the supreme gods are constantly attacking the formation. So, I'm going to control the formation to prevent any accident and also reduce the resources to maintain the formation." Everyone nodded their heads to him before focusing on their own tasks. Still, before disappearing, Li Jun still said, "Don't forget your reports." Before coming to this world, Wang Wei tasked them to write a report on the things to be aware of during interplanar war between different worlds. He wanted to be prepared for the future by preparing some sort of standard or guideline that can be applied to many worlds. Of course, this guideline will be a general one. The majority of worlds are different, so different approaches have to be taken. Nevertheless, there should be some similarities that can be used. While Li Jun was gone, Tai Gang took control of his Undying Legion while Yin Liling controlled the Slaughter Legion. Tai Gang looked at the capital underneath his feet and said, "To all the gods, surrender now or suffer the consequences." His voice echoed not only in the capital but all the cities under the Death Kingdom. The king, along with many aristocrat families who were granted cultivation techniques, looked at the sky with great horror. They watched as their supreme leader, the Death God, the most powerful of the supreme gods, was easily defeated and sealed away. So they became scared, wondering what they should do. The king quickly gathered a few people to discuss their next step of action. After a brief discussion, someone was sent as a representative to talk to Tiergang. As for the mortals, they only wondered why the gods were fighting amongst each other. They could not differentiate between gods and cultivators. All people with extraordinary abilities were labeled as gods to them. Tiergang looked at the demigod flying to see him. Without even giving her a chance to open her mouth, he said, "You are not qualified to discuss any terms or agreement with me. Have your king come or be annihilated." The demigod almost choked after hearing this. Her breathing instantly became rapid. She wanted to become angry out of shame. However, after feeling the intense killing intent coming from Tiergang's body, she decided to return and relay his words. Tiergang did not do this because he wanted to be a jerk or show up the fact that he was from a powerful world. After all, the world he's from is even weaker than this one. The reason he did that was a form of a power play to display their superiority in the current situation. This would in turn allow him to have a better advantage in negotiation. Although military-wise, their group can totally annihilate these gods. However, doing so is not in their best interest. Their complete and absolute surrender is in their best interest. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a crown flew in front of Tiergang. He had the aura of a true god, which was equivalent to the supernatural realm. Tiergang looked at him up and down before directly saying, "I will be direct. If you surrender and agree to worship our god instead, all of you can keep your strength, abilities, and titles as gods. If not, prepare to be annihilated." The Death King's eyes lit up after hearing this. What he feared the most was that those people will either kill them or strip them of their powers. But now, it seemed that all they wanted was for them to change their faith. "We will immediately surrender," replied the Death King. He did not care that he was the descendant of the Death God. After all, he could not even remember which generation of descendants he was. That's how long the Death God has lived. "Can you represent the other gods in the capital?" "Yes," replied the king. "However, there are a few that are considered fanatic believers. They will never abandon their faith in the Death God. Then they will perish." Chapter 329. Fanatic believers are the greatest assets of most gods. Because of their strong belief, they provide the gods with the greatest number of incense. In return, they're the first people to be chosen to be given cultivation techniques to become gods themselves. The stronger their souls, the greater the number of incense they can provide. After hearing the Death King words, Tiergang looked at the capital. His eyes suddenly had weird runes on them as he observed the people. He saw that the majority of people had a thin gold layer on top of their heads. The intensity of the gold layer varied from person to person, and even the gods had them on top of their head. That's because that was the intensity of their faith. Tiergang was using a secret technique called Qi watching technique. Between heaven and earth, all things have their own Qi or breath. By observing this Qi, you can peep into their essence, their secrets. This kind of technique is usually used to look at Qi luck, whether it's the individual, the luck of a fortune dynasty, or a sect. It used to see the unseen, to know the unknown. Since Wang Weisai's had the natural ability to see these things because of his paragon soul, he did not have to learn this kind of technique. After checking out the belief of all the people in the capital, Tiergang paid attention to a few of them. All of them had a bright and pure golden light on top of their head, signaling that their faith in the death gods was unparalleled. Tiergang flicked his hand, sending myriad lights from his body. Each light hit one of the fanatic believers below the true god level, placing a mark on them. Finally, he ordered some of his men to go capture these people with the mark. He then ordered the gods who surrendered to come to stand next to him. Since he did not trust the majority of them, he instantly locked all of them in case they decided to go back on their words. As for the people who refused to surrender, Tiergang no longer persuaded them. He ordered his army to slaughter anyone who prevented them from occupying the capital. With the power of the Undying Legion, anyone who stood in their ways was killed, and it was not even close to a fair fight. The gods were slaughtered and their golden blood flowed like rivers. Their bodies were then collected for further study. Conquering the capital along with the following cities was quite easy, a fact which greatly annoyed Tai Gang as his immortal army did not have a chance to truly display their undying ability with his innate talent. Luckily for him, this battle was not close to being over. The majority of gods were stuck in their heavenly abode and could not leave. So were there legions of gods. So, after rapidly settling all the territories of the Death Realm, Tai Gang began his crusade in these abodes. His first victim was a tidal god who went by Corrosion God. As soon as he invaded the heavenly abode, Tai Gang saw a large army made of demigods and below waiting for him. This made him very happy. So, he ordered his legion to begin attacking. Then, the nightmare of the Corrosion God began. It did not take long before he discovered that the soldiers in this army were immortal. It did not matter whether they were stabbed through their hearts or head, whether their blood was drained, or their skin corroded by acids. They will heal instantly. On one occasion, he saw one soldier had his head cut off. However, the person next to him hurriedly took his head and reattached it. After seeing this, he became scared and decided to run away. Unfortunately for him, he was killed by Tai Gang with one punch. After conquering this heavenly abode, he rushed to the next one. The majority of them surrendered after Tai Gang showed them the fate of the Corrosion God along with his followers. And some of them decided to try to run away from the Death Realm, others fought back. One particular tidal god called Slaughter God discovered the flaw of the Undying Army. So, he ordered his men to instantly kill the soldiers of the Undying Army, preventing them from sharing life force to heal themselves. In the end, although they won the war, there were still some casualties. After this event, Tai Gang no longer wanted to play around. So, every time he attacked a heavenly abode, he used radical means. His first step of action has always been to blow up the abode, thus weakening the power of the void gods and tidal gods. After that, he captured the one that surrounded while killing the ones that resisted. While Tai Gang was rapidly conquering the Death Realm, outside of it, all the supreme gods did not stop attacking the shield created by the formation. However, they suddenly stopped as they felt that some reaction coming from the formation. An illusory figure appeared in front of them. It was Li Jun. All of them watched the young man in front of him with wariness while remaining silent. Finally, the Destiny Goddess asked, "Are you the leader of the outsiders?" "Yes, and you can call me Li Jun," he replied with a smile. He then looked at all of the supreme gods. The majority of them looked like humans, but a few had animals' features with humanoid forms similar to the devil race. "Why have you invaded our world?" she asked with a stern voice. "Of course, it's to gather incenses," replied Li Jun as he analyzed these people based on their facial expressions. "I can honestly tell all of you that we have no intention of occupying your world for a long period of time. After we accomplish our goal, we will leave. After all, we are from a more powerful world. There is no need to stay in this small world that is basically a cage." Li Jun secretly observed that some people's body language changed after he said the word cage. A few seconds later, the Thunder God asked, "What is the world you are from? How powerful is it?" Li Jun gave a knowing smile after hearing this question before continuing explaining. In the endless void, there are myriad of worlds, and they are divided into 4 grades. Mortal world. This is the lowest of worlds. The spiritual chi between heaven and earth is gone, making it impossible to cultivate or for any extraordinary individuals to be born. Then there is small thousand world. The highest level of cultivation is tier 3, or what you call demigods. Followed by middle thousand world. Your current world is this level. The highest level possible is tier 6, or tidal god. The third level is called greater thousand world, which can give birth to tier 9 individuals. Finally, there is the world that we came from referred to as Heavenwell World. These worlds can give birth to beings known as Great Emperors. As soon as Li Jun said the word Great Emperor, a message entered the mind of these supreme gods. Great Emperor, an existence that has transcended the shackles of life and death, standing above myriad races and worlds. The faces of many of these gods became unsightly after understanding the implications behind these words. "What you said does not make sense," hurriedly said the destiny gods. "According to you, our world could only give birth to title gods. What about us supreme gods?" She was correct, thought many of the gods. However, Li Jun responded calmly, "You should be aware that your world is special. Because of this special nature, you supreme gods have the power of Tier 7. This is most likely because of whoever created that crystal wall in your cultivation system. Many of them suddenly remembered a legend of their worlds. A legend about a supreme being from beyond the stars that came to this world long ago. He was credited as the first god that ever existed, and rumors have it that he or she was the one who created the crystal wall to protect this world. Older gods like the Destiny Goddess and Life Goddess knew more about this legend than the majority of these other supreme gods, but they tried to control their expression to remain as calm as possible. Li Jun smiled as he continued, "There is no need for any contradiction between us, as we will not stay for long. As long as any of you cooperate with us, I can promise to take you outside with us to experience the broader world. If that does not appeal to you, I can even leave our cultivation system to you, so that you are no longer restricted by your believers and the power of incense." Chapter 330. Li Jun could see the longing in some of the gods' faces, so he continued his act luring the enemy in. "I'm sure some of you would like to become more powerful, to become a god above God, to have millions of races sing you praises and chant songs that glorify your name. More importantly, you can achieve immortality. Even as supreme gods, you will one day die of old age." "That sound like words one would use to tempt children," said the fire god. "There is no way you can give us such strength." "You are correct," replied Li Jun calmly. "However, although I cannot give you such strength, I can give you the opportunity to achieve it. After all, being stuck in this world, you guys do not even have this opportunity." The supreme gods became silent after hearing this. Many were tempted, while others sneered at Li Jun's words. However, the latter did not care. As long as a few were tempted, it was more than enough to create divisions amongst these people. That's all he cared about. His plan was an open plot, and many of these gods knew about it. "Since your world is so powerful, why do you need to come to ours?" asked one of them. "That's because the sacred son of our sect needs to us this world for a purpose," replied Li Jun. Then he sighed heavily, while muttering very softly, "If my big brother was here, there would be no need to go to all that trouble to conquer your world. He could have just slaughtered all of them in an instant. Then this world would be easily conquered." Although Li Jun muttered these words so soft that no mortal could hear them, all the people present were supreme gods equivalent to a void-shattering realm cultivator. How could they not hear his words? What's more, Li Jun said these words with so much conviction that it was easy to influence others to believe his words. Of course, he was not lying. With Wang Wei's current strength, it was not difficult to conquer a Middle Thousand world. Truth be told, with Li Jun's current Saint Realm strength, he too could easily conquer this world. However, he was warned before coming to take things slowly, as this world was not as simple as it looked. Divination was made that using extreme measures for this world with his strength could lead to unexpected disasters. So, he decided to take things slowly and planned out all his actions. Li Jun then looked at the gods as if he did not say anything so provocative, then said, "Well, I've already extended my invitation to all of you. If you want to contact us and make a deal, use these." He waved his hand to send a jade talisman to each of these supreme gods. Then he prepared to leave. "Wait, what happened to the death god?" asked the life goddess. "He's dead," replied Li Jun before disappearing. The supreme gods looked at one another for a moment. Then all of them took the talisman before leaving and returning to their realm. Only 4 of them remained: the destiny goddess, the life goddess, the destruction god, and the god of order. They started using their divine soul to communicate with one another. "I just received some news from the death god," The Outsiders has a way to influence Mother God, said the Life Goddess. The situation is slowly getting out of control, added the Destiny Goddess. I think we should activate the Guardian Protocol as soon as possible to deal with the current situation. Don't say such stupid thing, replied the Destruction God. Unless our world is on the verge of destruction, we cannot activate it. Do we have to wait until things get worse to act? She replied back. After today's event, the Destiny Goddess had a feeling that the next person to suffer a catastrophe after the Death God would be her. She believed in her intuition. The Destruction God is right, replied the Life Goddess. Plus, without the Death God, we cannot activate the Guardian Protocol. We are still missing one person. Since the Death God is most likely dead or captured, we should immediately choose another person to undergo the ceremony and inherit the Death God's responsibility. That way, when we want to activate the protocol, it can be done quickly without any problem, suggested the Destiny Goddess. The other three pondered for a moment, then the Life Goddess said, Your suggestion is a good one. However, there is still a problem. Who can we trust? You have seen the temptation that the Outsiders use to lure many of us on their side. If we want to choose someone to inherit the Death God's duty, it has to be someone trustworthy. If it was the past, there were a few people that they could choose. But now, after Li Jun's temptation, no one could be trusted. Maybe even amongst the four of them, someone might already have other thoughts. The Destiny Goddess gave a slight glance at the Order God. This Supreme God has always been a mystery, even compared to her. No one knows his thoughts, ideologies, or beliefs. For the majority of the time, he stayed in his realm. When interacting with other gods, he always remained quiet, agreeing with any decision that the gods made without an opinion of his own. If it was not the fact that each of the five of them who had the power to activate the Guardian Protocol was under heavy oath and restriction, she would be more suspicious of him. How about we choose a god that we all think is trustworthy, then take them to take the oath and restriction in secret without even telling them what they were doing it for? That way, they could not betray us and inform the Outsiders, suggested the Destiny Goddess. That could work. As long as they take the oath and have the restriction placed in their souls, they could not betray us even if they wanted to, replied the Destruction God. The only thing we have to worry about is them leaking the news in advance and having the ceremony interrupted. However, if the chosen god is not even aware of what they were going to do, this problem would be solved. That is only if the Outsiders do not have the ability to remove the restriction in our soul, added the Life Gods. Her word immediately made the remaining people quiet. Finally, the Order God said his first words since this exchange began. You have to believe in the power of the God King. Indeed, replied the others. Then they started to discuss who was more trustworthy amongst the other supreme gods. Although they made up a plan, it was best to still choose someone that was relatively trustworthy and had a sense of belonging to the heavenly abode world. Meanwhile, after Li Jun returned to the Death Realm, he muttered softly, It seems that I cannot underestimate these supreme gods. Many of them obviously already knew knowledge about other worlds, but pretended to be stupid to gather information from me. Despite knowing this, Li Jun did not care. His objective was to stop these gods from banding together to break the formation. Although it was a powerful heaven-grade formation, it still had a limit. If these gods constantly attacked this formation for a long time, it would consume a lot of resources before breaking. Now, not only did he accomplish his goal, he still managed to investigate infighting between the supreme gods based on their desires and might even draw a few of them to his side. 3 days quickly passed by, and the entire Death Realm was conquered. The formation that surrounded was not just a protective one, but made of countless different formations that served different purposes, one of which was mass teleportation. With it, Li Jun and Tai Gang can teleport their troops anywhere in the realm, thus greatly increasing the mobility of their troops. Once the realm was conquered, Li Jun ordered his men to tear down all the gods' temples along with their statues. To replace them, new temples were built with Wang Wei as the main god. They spread his name as the god of fate that controlled the fate of all living beings in existence. the one who weaves the threads of destiny, determining their fate the moment that they are born. In his temple, the river of destiny is used as his symbol, always portrayed under his feet. Then, the soldiers started to spread this belief throughout the realm, encouraging mortals and gods alike to offer their faith/incense to him. However, the process still encountered some resistance. Oddly, it was not from the gods, as they were used to offering their allegiances to more powerful gods. The resistance came from mortals. The change of faith affected them the most since their livelihood was affected. For example, the people who worshipped the goddess of harvest used her blessing to increase the yield of their fields. With this blessing, they have enough food to feed their family. The people who worship the life goddess can cure their diseases. The god of earth prevents them from suffering from disasters like earthquakes. The god of wood can help them build houses and shelters. To tackle this situation, Li Jun and the others began to create social reform in the name of the god of fate. Only then did the problem slowly alleviate. Inside the royal palace, Li Jun and his group were having a discussion when Wang Ju walked in. "There's an unexpected problem," she said. Chapter 331. Everyone turned their heads to look at Wang Ju with the same questioning look. Their faces were basically saying, "What do you mean that there was a problem? Everything was fine a few days ago." With a calm look on her face, Wang Ju said, "The incense we have gathered has dispersed." "What do you mean by this?" "Let me show you," she replied before flying away with the group following her. Not long afterward, the group arrived at the largest temple in the capital. Inside the main room, countless gods knelt in front of a statue of Wang Wei praying to him. Using the Qi watching technique, the group could feel faint golden energy on top of these gods' heads. Although their faith was not pure enough because they were not true believers, however, due to their powerful souls, the incense energy that they provided was still quite large. Li Jun's group then watched as the golden incense came from these gods' souls and entered the statue, which was an artifact refined to contain the power of incense. Unfortunately, after entering inside, the incense energy was slowly dissipating. The group slowly watched this happening. Then Li Jun asked, "What's going? Could something have been wrong with the refinement process of the statue?" "Unlikely," replied Wang Ju. "After noticing this problem, I have already contacted my men scat all over the realm. The problem is prevalent everywhere." "Did you not find anything from the death god's memory?" asked Yin Liling. "His soul is after all equal to a void-shattering realm. So it will take me some time to properly search it," replied Wang Ju. While everyone was frowning, Tai Gang waved his hand to capture a tidal god. "Do you know what's going on with the incense?" "Yes, sir. I do not know anything," replied the disease god. However, Tai Gang could feel that this guy's eyes were suspicious and contained some guilt. "There are many people here that should know the answer to my question," said Tai Gang with a cold look. "If you are not one of these people, you have no value in living. Better yet, I should probably directly search your soul." The disease's god then immediately said, "It's because of the destiny goddess." "What do you mean?" asked Li Jun, who already had a guess. "She controlled the divinity of fate and destiny. As long as she is alive, all the faith regarding this divinity will belong to her. No one can break this rule." The group frowned as they knew that what these gods called divinity was what their cultivators called law. From this person's words, they knew that the fundamental rules that govern this world did not allow one person to share the same law. Since the destiny goddess has already controlled the power of destiny/fate, they could not do the same. "What do we do now?" asked Yin Liling. "Could we use death law to gather incense?" "After all, death is also a part of fate," commented Tai Gang. Everybody then looked at him. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Since when did you become so wise?" "I resent your insinuations," he said. "Young Master Wang Wei once said to me that the final destination, the final fate of all mortal is death. So, I remember his words. Everyone nodded their heads. These words were true, as they did not only apply to mortals. In the cultivation world, technically speaking, all cultivators under the Emperor realm is considered mortal and will one day die. Although Tai Gang's idea was good, Li Jun still shook his head. Fate has to be the main law we use to gather incense. Everything else has to be secondary. All of them knew that Wang Wei needed the power of incense to break through the primordial spirit realm. If the incense fits best with his Tao, there will be fewer complications and the success rate will also increase. Then what should we do? Let's just see if there is another way from the death god's memory, replied Li Jun. In the meantime, we will ask the formation masters to create a formation that could retain the incense in some way or form. And if that does not work, we have to kill or capture the destiny goddess at all cost. 2 weeks quickly passed by. A new formation was installed to solve the current problem, and the results were more than mediocre. The formation was able to gather some incense. However, the amount was pathetically small. How is it? Did you find another way from the death god's soul? Asked Li Jun. No. Although I have found a few secrets of this world, there was nothing that could help with the situation. It's unfortunate. In that case, let's prepare to kill the destiny goddess. I will report to Big Brother. After that, he teleported inside his space room, which contained a small world. In one of the rooms, Li Jun came in front of a massive formation with so many runes that it made him dizzy just by looking at it. He injected a token with his origin essence to activate the formation. More than an hour later, the face of a young and handsome man with gray hair and eyes appeared in front of Li Jun. He could see from the background that that person was also in a small world inside a space ring. Big Brother. Little Jun, how are things going? Did you add another member to your harem? Asked Wang Wei with a cunning smile. Since Yen Liling has not killed me yet, the answer is no, replied Li Jun, a little speechless. He had long given up his womanizing way. Plus, just because I call you Big Brother, do not forget that I'm still older than you. Respect your elders. Wang Wei laughed out loud after hearing this. Then the two chatted about their lives before going into business. Li Luan explained the current situation, and Wang Wei listened attentively. You and the others did well, nodded Wang Wei. As for your current situation, it's best to be careful and use fate law as the main gathering of incense. However, you can still gather a small amount of death incense along with other ones. When I arrive, I can find a way to fuse them. All right, how are things going on your side? Boring and peaceful. All I do every day is refine pill and cultivate. That sounds like a haven for Liling. Don't forget to borrow some pill recipe for her. Wang Wei was once again speechless, wondering when this guy became as shameless as him. Then, they chatted briefly as the transplanter communication formation burned too much money, especially after Li Jun discovered that it would cost even more because of this world's crystal wall. After ending the communication, Li Jun went to deal with the death god and the information gathered from his soul, while Wang Wei began to scheme. Based on his recent analysis of the current situation, he realized that the fastest way to accomplish his goal is to increase his status in the sect. And the best way to do so is to rapidly increase both his cultivation level and alchemy level. However, all of this rapid progress has to have a logical way to explain it. Otherwise, people will become suspicious, especially given the level of talent previously displayed by Lu Cheng. And what's the fastest and most reasonable way to increase cultivation level and alchemy tier? Secret Realm. A secret realm with enough rare resources. At first, Wang Wei wanted to ask the sect to create such a secret realm and have someone accidentally discover it. However, he did not want to use the resources of the sect for other people. That was too wasteful. Plus, he needed a secret realm that was unique and appealing to even emperor lineages. If this plan works, he can use the resources inside to quickly increase Lu Cheng's cultivation realm, while at the same time luring his third senior sister there as well. Then, he will have a chance to uncover the secrets of the flame controlling art. As Wang Wei began to think this through, he realized that there were even more benefits to this plan. For example, he can use this opportunity to lure the people in Fukai inside and kill them all. Based on his experience in the sects in the past few months, he could already tell that this talented alchemist would be a problem for his goal. So, eliminating him or weakening him is in his best interest. Finally, he could use this opportunity to show Lu Cheng and him in the same place. Although no people would relate these two together, it was best to be careful. Now, the issue is where will Wang Wei find such a secret realm? Suddenly, he remembered someone that could solve his problem, and strong, killing intent flashed across his eyes as he muttered, Lu Meishio. And, if you want a reminder about her, go back to read CH 156. Chapter 332. Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Tiger Sovereign Domain, inside a secret realm. A beautiful woman with a wild and savage temperament stood in the middle of a mountain accompanied by two men. One person was 3 meters tall, with 2 bull horns on their heads, while the other had the head of an elephant with a human body. The 3 of them were surrounded by formations scattered all over the mountain. Lu Meishio watched as the 2 men used all their strength to break the formation in front of them. Then the group can take a few steps forward up this mountain. Then, they will be stopped by another formation and have to take time breaking the formation. Seeing that they were already halfway through the mountain, it's obvious these 3 have been here for a while and are close to accomplishing their goals. After destroying another formation, Lu Meishio said, "Elders, you can rest now." The 2 men nodded their heads before stopping. Then they turned back into humans. To be precise, they seemed to separate into 2, one human and one demonic beast. The man with the horn was fused with a demonic beast called Tyrant Fistbull, which was a demon with imperial bloodline. The other man was also separated from another demon with imperial bloodline, the earth-suppressing elephant. Both these demon races had one great emperor. After the elders separated from their fusion form, they put away their contracted demons in their space bags, took out a few pills to heal, and recuperate their strength. Lu Meishio followed them and sat cross-legged on the floor to recuperate and cultivate at the same time. The aura surrounding her showed that she was already in the divine body realm. As she closed her eyes, she pondered, "It has been more than 700 years since I came to this secret realm. In a few hundred years, I should be able to reach the core." Thinking about the reward she will receive once she breaks through the core, Lu Meishio became excited. She has sacrificed so much for this secret realm. She forfeited attending the heaven-chosen trial at the academy, so she did not have the chance to place her name in the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. This led to the fact that she also did not have a chance to use the Tao tablets and create her own scripture. However, Lu Meishio did not care about these. When it came to the protection of the book, it only protected her until the primordial spirit realm. With her status, she did not have to worry about death as long as she was careful. As for the tablets and creating a scripture, this only affected her a little. As long as she can create it before reaching the supreme realm, she can still become a quasi-emperor and fight for the heaven will. Creating a scripture before entering the divine body realm is only the best time to do so to establish a firm foundation. However, as long as someone does it before entering the supreme realm, they will be fine. Just have to spend more time re-establish the foundation. After taking a deep breath to calm her mind, Lu Meishio began to run the Beast Lord map to use her good fortune flame to temper her organs. With the resources she acquired from the secret realm, she was almost finished with the human stage. However, before she could cultivate for long, she received a communication talisman. With a frown on her face, she took the talisman as she muttered, "I thought I told them not to contact me unless something important happened." She used her divine sense to check the message. Then she abruptly stood up, alerting the other 2 elders. "Young Beast Lord, what happened?" asked one of them. "The news about the secret realm has been leaked and spread," replied Lu Meishio with gritted teeth. "What?" shouted the 2 elders at the same time. "How is that possible?" Lu Meishio did not respond to them, as she was communicating with someone else to find the answer to this question. "Do you think the G family discovered us?" asked the bull elder. "Unlikely. I made sure to cover my trail when coming here." I even fake being seriously injured and recuperating, she replied while shaking her head. The herd-raising valley is an emperor lineage with only one great emperor. However, because of their ability to raise and tame beasts, they have a unique position in the world. There are rumors that the beast emperor of their sect had more than 5 demon beasts who reached tier 10 or great emperor realm as his follower after proving the Tao. And he left all of them or some of them to the herd-raising valley before leaving the world. So, despite having only one great emperor, the status of their sect is quite high in this world. She remembered that there were a few other people secretly following her. She thought that she had lost them, but apparently not. So, Lumatio began to remember carefully all the people who were secretly following her, but could not remember anything. Could the G family really have discovered me? Muttered Lumatio. The political situation in the herd-raising valley is very messy. The sect used to be nothing but a supreme land until the Beast Emperor managed to prove the Tao and proclaimed himself as emperor. With his guidance, he opened a large business selling beasts all over the myriad emperor world, thus establishing a firm foundation for the sect. Then he left. After his departure, his family, the G family, began to rapidly gain power in the herd-raising valley. Using some secret method that the Beast Emperor gave then, the G family had a way to both create a pseudo-myriad beast body and track the real one once it appears. Because this physique was perfect to cultivate their Emperor Scripture, Beast Lord map, many powerful Heaven Chosens have appeared in their family, this solidifying their status as the most powerful faction in the sect. Of course, the other factions were not happy with the sudden rise of the G family. After a few generations, the herd-raising valley had turned into the G family's property because of how much power they held. The other people did not accept such a fact, so infighting began amongst the same sect. Unfortunately, the G family was too powerful, so the other factions were forced to band together to barely fight against them. Luckily for them, in this generation, they discovered the myriad beast body before the G family. They took Lumatio in and trained her with all their resources and efforts. They placed all their hopes on her, and she did not disappoint them. She fought and easily slaughtered the pseudo-myriad beast body of the G family, absorbed his blood essence, and became the young beast lord of the herd-raising valley in this generation. Despite this, Lumaxius' life was not easy. The G family did anything to reduce the number of resources that she would receive. After all, they knew that if she became a great emperor, not only would their family lose their position, they might even be killed. The G family went as far as sending many assassins to eliminate Lumatio and prevent her from growing up. Although angered, the other factor practiced forbearance as they had a plan to ensure their rise and the rise of their Heaven Chosen. A secret realm that Lumatio learned about when she was young. As long as she could get the benefit inside this secret realm, she will be able to recreate the glory of the Heavenly Phoenix Emperor. She was an emperor with the same physique as Lumatio, but got a fortunate encounter to absorb the blood essence of a true phoenix. With that blood essence, the myriad beast physique displayed powers beyond many people's imagination. While Lumatio was trying to think how she was discovered, she suddenly remembered sensing a strange power following. That power was very weak and well-controlled. If it was not for her beast-like instinct, she might not have detected it. That was the power of shadow, and it was a power that I felt familiar with. Or have I felt it before? The Tao Opening Sex Shadow Monarch book. Immediately, she remembered her encounter during the luck trial. Wang Wei, it must be him, muttered Lumatio with gritted teeth. She guessed that Wang Wei must have been paying attention to her since the trial and had people monitor her. However, she was still confused as to why he released the news about the secret realm. The best course of action in this situation would be to wait once she entered the core and act as an Oriole to catch the cicada. However, he did not do so, unless it was not his intention to release the news, muttered Lumatio. She pondered for a moment, sneered, and said to the elders, "Immediately go restore the formation we have already destroyed. We can let others take advantage of all our hard work." Chapter 333. Southern Continent. Origin Pill Dao Sect. Wang Wei flew from his cave towards his master. After entering, he saw old man Yi Lao sitting cross-legged waiting for him. "Master, you summoned me? Have you heard of the secret realm that was discovered in the northern continent 3 months ago? I've heard rumors from the disciples, but I do not know much about it," replied Wang Wei. While a few sects have discussed and decided that only disciples in the void-shattering realm and below can enter. So, I'm asking if you are interested in entering? Wang Wei pretended to ponder about this issue for a while. Yi Lao, who wanted his disciple to participate, said, "Originally, many people only wanted primordial spirit realm cultivators and below to enter. However, the Dao opening sect insisted that void-shattering realm be allowed. I did not understand their purposes in doing so. However, this is not bad news for us, as your senior brothers and sisters can also participate. Master, which senior brother is going as well? You first senior brother and third senior sister will be attending. If you encounter a problem, they can help you. What about second senior brother? He's going into seclusion, so he will not be attending. So what's your decision?" "No problem, Master. I have a feeling that this secret realm is my chance to rise," replied Wang Wei with a smile on his face. "You're probably just happy to have a chance to spend time with your third senior sister. Master, don't tease me." "All right. I won't intervene in you youngsters' things," said Yi Lao. "Do you have any other questions or concerns?" "Yes, Master. Do you have any information regarding this secret realm?" "So far, aside from knowing that it contains a large number of resources, we do not know much yet. The core of the secret realm is protected by many formations that even supreme realms cannot easily go through." "Master, does that mean that true monarchs will also enter the secret realm?" "Yes." "I'm confused. I thought only people in the void-shattering realm and below could enter." "This is referring to the outer area," replied Yi Lao. "The true monarchs will only stay in the core area and are prevented from interfering with the disciples' fights." Wang Wei nodded his head, then Yi Lao gave him a space ring. "Inside contains a heaven-grade artifact. This should protect you against void-shattering realm powerhouses. Additionally, there are a few escaping talismans that can save your life in case of danger." Wang Wei's divine sense checked inside the space ring and a shield floating inside along with many talismans. On the corner was a small pile of pills, mostly healing ones. "Thank you, Master." A few days later, Wang Wei flew to the entrance of the sect, where a group of people was waiting. At the head of the group were two people, Lu Cheng's first senior brother, Wan Luo, and his third senior sister, Lan Ling. After meeting them, Wang Wei said with a smile, "Third senior sister, first senior brother." However, while his tone was warm and cheerful for the first one, he was more neutral and even cold when referring to his senior brother. Apparently, Lu Cheng's relationship with his senior brother has not been very good because he is considered his love rival for his third senior sister. Although Wang Wei was complaining inside, he still had to act the part. While Lan Ling smiled and chatted with Lu Cheng, Wan Luo just nodded his head at him before ignoring him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was checking the other people participating in this secret realm. He quickly realized that the majority of these disciples belonged to Fu Kaiyan's faction in the sect. And when it came to the direct disciples of his master, only the 3 of them came while the remaining 4 stayed in the sect. Considering that his 6th junior sister and 7th junior brother had quite a low cultivation level, he understood why they did not come. His 2nd senior brother was in retreat. However, he did not know why 4th senior brother did not come. "What are we waiting for?" asked Wang Wei. "Fu Kaiyan's 3rd disciple is also coming with us," replied Lan Ling. Not long after asking this question, the space not far from the group was suddenly broken and a young man dressed in all black with clouds pattern came from it. His appearance was quite noticeable as he had heavy bad under his eyes like he had spent millennia without sleep. A gloomy aura surrounded his body, preventing anyone from approaching him. "Jilo, you're late," said Wan Luo with a cold voice. Unfortunately, the latter just ignored him. After taking out a small boat from his space ring, it enlarged itself until it was large enough to hold a few thousand people. Ji Yulo flew inside one of the rooms on the boat, followed by his master's followers. Meanwhile, Wan Luo was furious for a few seconds before following. In the meantime, Wang Wei was secretly observing that Ji Yulo. If I remember correctly, this guy belonged to the Ji family, which had paid a high price for him to become Fu Kaiyan's apprentice. His presence in this secret realm showed that his master might be aligning himself with the Ji family to deal with Lu Meishio. Many aristocratic families will send their juniors into other powerful sects as either a form of alliance, using the sect's resources to raise them, or even as asylum against rival factions in their clan. There are many of them in the Dao opening sect. Those sects would accept these people since they will never truly enter the core power. Additionally, if they can be turned into spies, they are the perfect double agent. Thinking of Lu Meishio, Wang Wei's killing intent flash. Back on the luck trial, he suffered a loss. Because of her, she broke the rules of the trial and tried to destroy the world in an attempt to acquire merit to increase her chi luck. Millions of his citizens died because of the beast tide she created. If the trial took place in a Middle Thousand world, he would have paid for this great karma as a ruler. So, Wang Wei remembered that debt, and he would pay it with blood. Although I want Lu Meixi's head, I still need her to reach the core of the secret realm first, as she has an overwhelming advantage over other people. So, if necessary, I have to block both Fu Kaiyun and the Ji family's people. 3 days later, the group arrived at the northern Black Tortoise continent. The first thing that flashed across Wang Wei's mind was how thin the spiritual energy is. He finally understood the reason that the demon race's hatred for humans is increasing with each passing generation. Living in this environment makes cultivation at least 10 times harder than usual. However, from the human race's point of view, this is the best choice besides exterminating their race. The demon race's cultivation is different from other people. They relied heavily on their bloodline. Although this determined the height low-level bloodline demons will reach, high-level bloodlines only require enough resources to reach the supreme realm. They do not have bottlenecks. Additionally, the demon race does not have to worry about things like having their own Dao to become Great Emperor. Although that would help, it's just a cherry on top, nothing more. As long as they acquire the Heaven Will, their bloodline will evolve and mutate. They do not have to worry about things like Dao Heart and so on. The downside to this is that it's really difficult for the demon race to give birth to eternal emperors. So far, throughout their history, not a single one has appeared. After arriving at Tiger's sovereign domain, the group headed to a small town habited by humans called Hope Town, located in the north. Although it was rare, there were still humans living in the north. The majority of them were descendants of fugitives who tried to hide from their enemies in the demon's race territory, while the rest are probably people who do not want to or do not have the means to relocate. Luckily for these people, because of the demon race's fear of the human race, they were not brutally slaughtered or used as food. At least on the surface, it looks that way. Once the people of the origin pill, Dao, arrived at their destination, they saw many flying boats floating in the air, waiting for the appropriate time to enter the secret realm. With a glance, Wang Wei could tell that only a few emperor lineages were interested in this secret realm, while the majority of other people were from supreme lands and holy land. After pondering for a moment, he realized the reason. The core of this secret realm has not been opened, so not many people knew of its true value. So, many people were just waiting for the right time to act. However, given that Lu Meishio spent a few hundred years trying to reach the core, Wang Wei bet that she knew more about it than everyone else, and there might be something very valuable inside. While thinking to himself, Wang Wei's vision was locked on one of the flying boats as he watched a handsome man with gray hair and eyes. It was himself. To be precise, it was his clone. Although it only had 60% of his true body strength, it could still fight a true monarch. Fifth brother, do you know Sacred Son Wang Wei? Chapter 334. Wang Wei turned his head to see Lan Ling and Wan Luo standing behind him and looking in the direction of the Dao opening sect. Senior brother, you must be joking. How could I know such a powerful heaven chosen as Sacred Son Wang Wei? Replied Wang Wei calmly, without a hint of shame after complimenting himself. True. A person like that which has a great chance of becoming a great emperor lives in a completely different world from us, said Wan Luo, his voice containing a little melancholy. There is no need to belittle yourself, senior brother. I'm sure you have your own advantage. You should be proud of that, said Lan Ling in a soft voice. You're right, junior sister. So what if this Wang Wei is powerful? When it comes to alchemy, I, Wan Luo, am not afraid of anyone. It is common knowledge that Sacred Son Wang Wei has a powerful and unique soul. If he ever decided to learn alchemy, his achievements would be unimaginable, suddenly added Wang Wei. Wan Luo's mouth twisted after hearing this before giving his junior brother a harsh stare. He had just regained his confidence, but now, plus, he's very handsome. Probably more handsome than you, senior brother. Wouldn't you agree, senior sister? Said Wang Wei, further adding salt to Wan Luo's injury. Lan Ling internally sighed. Although he agreed with Lu Cheng, she would not admit this out loud in front of her senior brother. You, said Wan Luo as he pointed his finger at Lu Cheng. What about you? Can you compare to him in both appearance and ability? You're right, senior brother. I cannot, and I accept this fact. Wan Luo instantly felt like something was stuck in his throat after hearing this answer. In the end, he just snorted coldly before ignoring Lu Cheng. After all, the latter was right. Wan Luo knew that even if he managed to acquire the position of Young Pill Sage and become the heaven chosen of the Origin Pill Dao sect, he could not compete with someone like Wang Wei. So, even if he was indignant, angry, ashamed, all he could do was swallow this breath. It's not like he could do anything to Wang Wei. In terms of status, strength, and potential, he was completely outmatched. So, the only thing he could do is pretend that things did not bother him or that it had nothing to do with him. As he said before, they belonged to two different worlds. Lan Ling gave his junior brother a slight look. My junior brother seemed to have changed a lot recently. Meanwhile, on the boat of the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei's clone was observing the people around. Not many emperor lineages showed up, and amongst the ones that did, only a few people were worth paying attention to. He looked in the direction of the sword-casting villa where a young, handsome man with sword eyebrows, white clothes, and a sword on his waist. It was Jian Wushuang. Despite his calm and peaceful demeanor, Wang Wei could feel a deep arrogance hidden from his exterior appearance. Wang Wei had noticed that Jian Wushuang experienced a change in personality during the Dao Tablet's secret realm after his infinity sword will manage to subdue his father's absolute cut sword will. From what Wang Wei knew, the upper echelons of the sword-casting villa also noticed this change in temperament, so they ordered him to travel around the world to temper himself. Sudden change in temperament is a normal thing if a person's state of mind or Dao heart is not firm enough. Logically speaking, Jian Wushuang should have awakened after he experienced defeat at Lin Fan's hand more than 500 years ago. However, it seems not. Wang Wei guessed that Suyi used some method to influence Jian Wushuang. After all, from what he knows, she has been scheming against him for quite some time now. If her plans work, Wang Wei guessed that Jian Wushuang will either end up dead or in terrible shape. Either way, Wang Wei does not care. After all, Jian Wushuang is his enemy/competitor. His death is advantageous to him. Additionally, his demise is actually quite inconsequential. From what he learned from his father and grandfather, not all the heaven chosen currently active on the world stage will make it to the heaven will battle. Some will die halfway through, some will have their Dao heart shattered and no longer wish to pursue the emperor path. Many other people will suddenly grow up and replace the current people. More importantly, there are many hidden seats, families, or factions that will not show themselves until the appropriate time. In conclusion, the heaven will battle will not be simple. Not even a tenth of the participants have shown up yet. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's clone eyes moved to another boat. This one belongs to the Luz Cultivator Alliance, and their current heaven-chosen, Huang Yuan. From information currently known about him, he is from the lower realm and was discovered by a member of the Luz Cultivator Alliance. So, they pooled a lot of their resources together to exchange for an identity token for him from an emperor lineage so that he can participate in this generation's battle. After meeting this guy, Wang Wei instantly felt that something was wrong. He felt a particular breath from Huang Yuan, the breath of heavenly Tao. And he knew that all of the people who placed their names on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book and attained immortality had that same breath. However, it was very faint on Huang Yuan. It was so faint to the point of being unnoticeable. In fact, the clone did not detect the breath, but the real body who was posing as Liu Cheng did. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei's brain began to think. He knew that there must be some secret here. His first instinct was to use his fate-reading technique to find the truth. Unfortunately, a dark aura seemed to be protecting Huang Yuan, so he used his brain instead. He suddenly remembered one of the top 30 Heaven Chosens from the Academy's trial. It was the ranked 23rd, whose name was also Huang Yuan. For what he remembered, this guy was from a supreme land called Soaring Lantern Valley. Now, the question is, what is the relationship or connection between these two Huang Yuan? Thought Wang Wei. He did not think that this was merely a coincidence of two people having the same name, especially after sensing that breath. Immediately, he contacted the current acting leader of the Fate Shadow Guard in Wang Just absence. He ordered him to find the whereabouts of Huang Yuan from Soaring Lantern Valley. While Wang Wei was staring at the Huang Yuan from afar, the latter noticed his gaze and looked at him back. Immediately, Wang Wei knew that he was right to assume that this guy had a secret. This was because of his eyes. They displayed a level of vicissitudes, a wisdom that could only be possible through time. He had seen such eyes from his grandfather and grandmother. There is no way for a young person to have such eyes. Truth be told, the only young person he knows who has such eyes is Tian. However, he also knew that it was because the latter was an old monster that has lived for who knows how long and experienced too many things. So, after seeing Huang Yuan's eyes, two thoughts came to his mind: reincarnation or body possession. Of course, there's also the possibility that this guy had a fortunate encounter that allowed him to experience samsara, to experience myriad lives, thus explaining why he has such eyes. Whatever the truth is, it does not change the fact that Huang Yuan has become an unknown factor in this generation's battle for the throne. As such, he must be investigated and his secrets must be known. That way, it will be easier for Wang Wei to deal with him. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei removed his eyes from Huang Yuan. Meanwhile, the latter frowned as he pondered to himself. Did he discover something? Probably not, but based on his reaction, he might be suspicious of me. Sai Heaven Chosens of such a powerful world is nothing compared to the lower realm. If his body possession is discovered, it will only be a minor inconvenience for him when it comes to consequences. However, he will lose the ability to use this knowledge in a beneficial way. So, actions must be taken to cover his tracks. Luckily for me, I could not destroy the other guy's body and soul. However, I have to find a way to erase his memories. Huang Yuan quickly thought of ways to cover his track and prevent his secrets from being leaked. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes looked in another direction as someone else's caught his attention. "Who is that?" he asked from the supreme elders that were accompanying him. Chapter 335. Wang Wei gazed at a girl dressed in a blue hanfu with golden threads. Her clothes were perfectly fitted, displaying her feminine curves. She had an exquisite face that seemed to be perfectly sculpted. Her eyes resembled the purest of jewels that could reflect the sun or any other surface. Her long hair, which reached her all the way to her posterior, floated with the wind. She had a flame mark in the middle of her forehead, which further embellished her beauty. As she stood there, she exuded a very noble temperament like she was divine. Unlike Feng Lijuan of the Divine Tao League, her noble temperament did not come out as arrogance, but more natural. It was as if heaven and earth accepted the fact that she was noble. In terms of beauty or temperament, this woman did not lose to either Su Ye, Wu Hong, or even Shi Shi. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei paid attention to her was not because of her beauty, but because he felt a very powerful bloodline inside her body. Moreover, her aura seemed very strange and weird, like she was incompatible with her surroundings. It's unfortunate that she seemed to have a way to block any observation abilities that try to pry her secret, so his eyes could not see anything more. After hearing Wang Wei's question, Yin Shun pondered for a while before saying, she might be from the Hua family. Hua family? I've never heard about them. That's because they are an ancient aristocratic clan, another term that I've never heard about. Supreme Elder, can you please explain? Said Wang Wei. Ancient aristocratic clans are families that survived the Null Era. Essentially, any clan that existed since the beginning Emperor Era. For example, the Hua family is very prestigious amongst the ancient clan. They claim that their ancestor was the first acquired human that discovered fire. Because of their discovery, humans were no longer afraid of the dark, did not die from the cold, and so on. Because of this discovery, their clan received a great number of merit and chi luck. Of course, these are just rumors with no substantial proof. However, according to record from our sect, those claims are most likely true. Unfortunately, most factions just refuse to acknowledge it to prevent the Hua family and other ancient aristocratic clans from gathering too much merit and luck. Wang Wei became intrigued. He knew that the water of this world was deep, and there were many things or secrets that he did not know yet. So, he was not that surprised that some ancient clans suddenly popped out. Since they could survive for so long, they should be quite powerful, right? He asked. You would think so, but no, replied Yin Shun, who was caressing his beard. The majority of them suffered terrible losses during the Null Era. However, this is not the main reason for their decline. These ancient clans are very stubborn when it comes to tradition and rules. During the ancient Emperor Era, the majority of them refused to adapt to the changing world and were slowly eliminated by the times. Oh, what exactly do you mean? For example, these clans refused to cultivate the origin system and instead continue to cultivate the system of ancient times. Unfortunately, the current environment is way too inferior to ancient times. As such, it is not suitable to the ancient cultivation system. After hearing this, Wang Wei understood why these ancient clans declined. Heaven and earth will change to nurture the most prosperous cultivation system in any world. An excellent example of this fact is origin stones or origin source that is used as currency and to cultivate in the myriad emperor world. Origin Chi is not an energy that existed between heaven and earth, but one that was created by the Qiyuan Emperor. Despite this, the entire world is full of mines that contain origin stones and sources, which cultivators can directly absorb. Logically speaking, the world should only have mines that contain spiritual stones, since spiritual Qi is prevalent between heaven and earth. The reason for this anomaly is that heavenly Tao acknowledged the fact that the origin system is the orthodox cultivation system of this world, so it changed the world to benefit this system. Over the years, resources unique only to this system were developed to help it prosper and flourish. This is one of the reasons that most worlds do not have multiple cultivation systems. Since there are ancient aristocratic clans, are there any ancient sects too? Asked Wang Wei. As far as my knowledge goes, there isn't, replied Yin Shun. The beginning Emperor Era was occupied by clans, families, and ethnic groups. The concept of sect did not appear until the ancient Emperor Era. After a brief pause, he continued, I'm surprised that these clans show up so early. Usually, they will only appear when the heavenly battle is near. This secret realm should contain something valuable, and they must know some secret about it. Wang Wei's clone nodded his head before removing his eyes from her. He then checked out the other people present. Besides that girl and Jian Wu Shuang, he did not care about anyone else from the younger generation. When it came to other factions, he noticed the G family from the herd-raising valley. With a single glance, people could tell that they were anxious to enter the secret realm, and Wang Wei knew why. These people knew that Lu Meishio was inside and wanted to intercept her at all costs to prevent her from gaining any benefit, and if possible, secret kill her. Unfortunately, Wang Wei has been using the sect to delay the time that people enter. He wanted to give Lu Meishio enough time to gather the people from her factions, then use her years of head starts to quickly reach the core of the secret realm. That way, she will do all the hard work and he will benefit from it. While everybody was waiting for the agreed-upon time to enter, Huofeng Wang felt Wang Wei's gaze, so she looked in his direction. The Wang clan's heir? The elders have mentioned him and warned me to pay attention to him. He is indeed powerful. However, why do I feel like something is off? Her jewel-like eyes rapidly shone. Then a look of surprise appeared on her face. That's just a clone? And he's that powerful? For a moment, she thought her heavenly eye technique was malfunctioning. It seems that this generation's battle for the throne will be an interesting one. Nevertheless, Huofeng Wang did not care, as she had the utmost confidence in herself. As the most talented heaven-chosens in the Hua clan for countless generations, she believed in her potential and growth. Even if she is not currently the opponent of the Wang clan's heir, this will not be the same in the future, especially after she acquires the opportunity inside the secret realm. At the appropriate time, many of the emperor lineages came together to open the entrance to the secret realm. A vortex appeared in front of everybody, then all the floating boats entered it. The loose cultivators who did not have any factions to support them placed a barrier around themselves, and after waiting for all the big guys to enter, they also rushed in. Soon after entering, the majority of factions let their disciples in the periphery of the secret realm, while they rushed to the entrance of the core area. A tall mountain that seemed to support heaven stood in front of everybody, full of formations. In the middle of the mountain, everybody could see a group of people. It was Lu Meishio and the people from her factions in the herd-raising valley. The G family, along with a few other people, wanted to use the same path as Lu Meishio to quickly catch up to them. However, they soon discovered that these formations were restored and even slightly strengthened. As such, they had to start over like everybody else. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at the foot of the mountain, his gaze looked directly at Lu Meishio. He did not hide his killing intent. Meanwhile, Lu Meishio, who was also looking at him, bit the lower parts of her lips while wondering why this guy held such a deep grudge. She was angry that he broke all her plans. Then, a ruthless light flashed across her eyes. She looked at the 5 new true monarchs next to her and said, "Whatever the price, we have to reach the core of this secret realm as soon as possible." After glancing at Lu Meishio for a brief moment, Wang Wei looked at the mountains and formations in front of him. Although he noticed that the girl from the Hua clan did not come to this area, he did not pay that much attention to her besides sending someone to try to follow. His attention was on the formation as he muttered, "Natural formation?" An idea suddenly came to his mind. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.